Hello. What's up, everybody? $10. Thorlo, Shezar, Rasta, Garrus, Moppa, Warren, Hubs, Saladino, Deadwell, Outrun, Enkthar. Thank you for the suggestion for the song of the day. JR, Fear the Dawn, Aquarelic. Hold on. Here is JC. Thank you for the resub. Tier 1, 34 months. That's a lot of months. Thank you very much. JC, you will be remembered. Hold on. My voice is... I need to scream. I didn't warm up my voice. 1 second. All right. How's everybody doing today? Did we sort some notes this weekend? I did not. No. Here are my notes. Just as chaotic as they were. What was the punishment if I didn't sort my notes? I don't remember. I know I said something last week, but I do not remember what I said. And I'm assuming nobody else does. But yeah, I don't know. I remember saying multiple times during last stream, like, if I don't sort my notes until Monday, then this consequence. But I can't remember what it is. I haven't heard from the person at the new job about how I'm supposed to get there and when. Thursday is Wednesday. That seems less than ideal. Punishment is having messy notes. No, that's the thing though. I remember I said something specific, but I don't blame anyone for not listening to me. I'm just saying. I remember I said something several times. So, how's everyone been up to over the weekend? Anything interesting that we can talk about? Or am I just getting straight into the game? Evo was happening this weekend. I don't think it was particularly interesting, but it happened. Evo Japan, to be... I played a little bit of Expedition 33. I finished Act 1. I have a lot of opinions, none of which we can really talk about because spoilers. I don't know. I still need to think about the end of Act 1 a lot. I'm unsure how I feel about it. Narratively speaking, I need to... I need to think about some things about that. Nice sell, you know. I mean, considering my the you know, the way I'm going through the game, I don't know what it means to stay ahead of me, but... Yo, Brandon, thank you for the raid. Westtooth, what's up? How did the being back to Street Fighter 6 feel, Brandon? What's up, Flubhouse King? The_sun told us to break things and swear often in here. You can feel free to do whatever you want as long as you're ready to face the consequences of your action. Felt good to press buttons, but the shine wore off quickly. Well, time to embrace the variety life, Brandon, I guess. You'll see the shine wears quickly on this one too. Did you watch Evo Japan, Brandon? It's a boomsticker. Barely? Yeah, I had the streams, you know, on the side when I was gaming and doing things over the weekend, but yeah, hold on. Watch Tekken 8 Grand Finals and some Street Fighter 6 Top 8. Yeah, I think the overall Tekken tournament wasn't that interesting because the Pakistani players were missing, obviously, which kind of sucks. It definitely lowered the overall competitiveness of it. But if anything, the grand finals were amazing. It's a lot of K's in this name. Kaka Kaki Koleo Kuku. How are you doing today? More used to watching and not commenting. Still want to thank you for the quality of your streams. Love the atmosphere and the content. Sincere greetings from France. Well, hey, thank you very much. I appreciate that. I almost want to call you Kaka, but the problem is with if you're from France, that's not a great name. Hey, you picked the name. Henceforth, you will be known as Kaka. What's up, fish boy? How are you doing today? Returned from Greece after returning to work. Got a sick note for burnout. I went to the doctor for a separate issue. Oh, okay. Well, hey, enjoy the time of Warren, I guess. What's up, Bullvine? How are you doing? Yeah, no, otherwise my weekend was pretty, I don't know. I slept a whole lot. On Friday, I slept like 22 hours in a row. Out of nowhere. That was interesting. Yeah. Played a little bit of Expedition 33. Still gonna play more after stream tonight. I'm excited. I wanna actually dig into Act 2, see what happens. The soundtrack to that game is so freaking good. Like I stand by what I said very early when I started playing it. The soundtrack's the best part of it, by far. I think it makes everything look better than it is. And it's like an 8-hour-long soundtrack, which is fantastic. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna write an entire book to that soundtrack one day. Same thing happened with Russian CS players because the war broke out. Eventually, they were allowed back. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, as far as the Pakistani players goes, I'm not sure exactly what happened, but I don't think it was even like an issue of them not being allowed. It was just that they closed the airports, right? Because of the tensions. So I just think they weren't able to travel. I don't, or visa issues. I don't know, but yeah. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Whatever's going on over there resolves without much further escalation. It's kind of concerning, but If I handed my boss a note for burnout, they would toss it. They would toss a doctor's note telling you that you need time off. That sounds unreasonable. What's up, Brian King? You changed your colors, Brian King. I don't know how I feel about that. It was time. I don't know. In Germany, doctor's notes aren't allowed to contain the diagnosis. Health insurance gets to know, but not the employer. Yeah, well, as you said, Warren, you know, you were about to leave the job anyway. Hopefully it gets better. The Berloni, am I just starting for the day? Yes. You can always see how long I've been live under the video. I'm pretty sure there's a timer on Twitch. Or is that part of an extension? I'm not sure. I think it's by default now, right? I don't know. That's a badger. What's with everyone asking if they're early or late? Jesus. People, there's a schedule you can consult. There's a timer on the page you can see. You can see how long I've been live. Jesus Christ. The one that says 28 minutes, that would be the one, yes. If there's a timer on the page that says 28 minutes, it is how long the stream has been live. Chill out, dude. Oh boy, you don't want to say stuff like that to me. Take it easy. You take it easy, Badger. You want to say something else? Or do you get what I'm saying to you right now? What's up, Mick here? What's up, Captain Dax? How are you doing today? What's up, Mac Ace? How are you doing? Good to see you. Yeah, that's a nice one. I like it. What's up, Shresking? Are you still stuck on the dual boss? No, we've actually beat the dual boss 2 streams ago, I think. Last stream was mostly exploring Limgrave again. We were completing Limgrave, and then right as we completed Limgrave, actually, the last little place I was exploring in that starting area sort of teleported us to the next area I wanted to go to, which was great. And then we descended a very long elevator, and I have to decide if I'm going to explore that place down there or if I want to first explore the forest up there. He's always mad at me, I don't know why. I don't know, Badger. Maybe that's something you should reflect on. I'm just saying. I don't know. Maybe it's different reasons every time. I don't know. I can't say that I think about, you know, if I'm upset at you very often. Like you're not someone that's present in my mind, right? So maybe if every time you show up I'm mad at you, there's a different reason every time. Maybe that's something to question. I don't think I am. I mean, I'm pretty sure if I was, I would remember you more, but... in the case of today, I wasn't really mad at you. It was just that you asked a question about how long you know, if I'm early or late, implied how long have I been live, just after someone did, right when I was answering the question already. For an information that's available on the page, right? There's a timer on the fucking stream that says how long I've been live. So I was kind of jokingly, you know, being like, hey guys, you could, you know, look at the fucking screen and you'll get the information you're asking for. And then you said chill out. That was the line right there. I don't like when people say chill out, you know. Because if you're actually being upset because I'm making a joke about your question, you don't tell me to chill out, you just click the fucking cross and you go somewhere else, right? Someone telling me to chill out will in fact not get me to chill out. That's true, Rienting. That is true. Yeah, I mean, it depends. It depends on the tone, situation. It depends on who it is, Fishboy. If it's someone I respect and I care for and I trust that tells me to chill out, I'm gonna stop and listen. Right? If it's random, mac random in chat, in Twitch chat, you know, you get the choice to be here or not. I was joking and you kind of took it seriously. I mean, you could say no or something else and move on, you know? So, see, you're doing it again, though. You're doing it again. You're telling me what I should do in my space on my channel instead of you moving on and shutting the fuck up, which is an option you have, or leaving, which is also an option you have, right? You don't get to tell me how I do things here. If I want to move on, I would have moved on. Believe me, you do not have that power over me. It's not a thing you do. If I'm sticking on that situation, it's because I want to. I'm making a point through you, you know? You're a vessel for me making a point about how you should behave in a Twitch channel. What's up, Granada? What's up, Rico? How are you guys doing today? What's up, Elden Lord? What's up, Stoner? How are you guys doing? What's up, Credo? How are you doing today? I finished Act 1, Credo. And we can't talk about it, obviously, because spoilers. But I have a lot of opinions. And I'm not sure, I'm not exactly sure how I feel about it yet. I think I'm generally... I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it yet. There's different aspects about it that I'm really... You know... Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel. I need to really think about it from like a narrative standpoint. It's complicated, but again, we can't talk about it because, you know, there's way too much spoiler involved. What's up, Quasi? Feel that's an appropriate reaction. Yeah. I'm looking at it from like different aspects, right? Like my superficial reaction as the player that's just immersed in the story and all that. And then I'm looking at it more from like, you know, I'm a writer and I want to actually like, what's happening here? What's going on? How do I feel about this? What are the thematic implications of this? And I don't know. Both those sides of me are quite unsure how to feel about it. But yeah, one day we'll get to talk about it, but that day is not today. Well, that sucks, Stoner. Hopefully that, you know, hopefully that gets better. I'm really having a hard time to understand you. If I offended you, I'm sorry. You didn't offend me, no. That is not the issue. But if you don't understand what you did wrong at this point, there is no purpose continuing this conversation. others know what I meant. That matters more. Is that a song, Berloni? I feel like I feel like I remember those words are being part of a song, but I can't remember what song it is. It's a song, right? Who's that song? I don't know. Please, mods, I can only moderate in English. If it's French, it's fine, right? But I guess. But yes, keep the chat in English, even if it's. In this case, it was a reference to. It's references to songs, so it's hard to argue against, right? But. I hope you can explain the problem to not making it again, if you don't mind. I'm gonna make this as simple as I can, Badger. Do not ever tell me what to do. That covers every case that we've just talked about. Listen, man, usually doesn't get people to listen. It's diet chill out. Yeah, and it's funny, Rian King, because it goes back to the same thing, right? Technically, it's telling someone what to do, right? If you really think about it. I don't know. Obviously, context matters, but... Edith Piaf. Boom. I don't think we've ever agreed more than this. I don't know, Rian King. Haven't we? In the past... How long have you been there? Almost 3 years. Holy shit. We're getting old. Have we never agreed more than this? I don't know. My reaction was primarily, really, dude, come on. Interesting. So, and again, I don't want to go into any details because spoilers, but I kind of see... I saw it coming a little bit, Credo. And I can't say why, because that would potentially be a spoiler as well, but I kind of saw it coming. The end of Act 1. And I saw it coming for mechanical reasons. Like... Yeah. You only noticed that part on the back end? Yeah. Funny. Yeah, to me it was always like, that is weird. That's... Something's unusual there. And, yeah. Kinda had the feeling, I don't know. But again, I need to think about it more. I don't know how I feel about it thematically. More than anything. I feel... There's a few things I know I'm not happy about with how they've dealt with the whole situation. But yeah, thematically speaking, I'm unsure. I'm hoping they didn't shoot themselves in the foot from a writing standpoint, but we'll see. Yeah, Strange Pie. Yeah, to me that was an immediate like, I don't know, maybe it's kind of like who we are as players, right? Like maybe you're more like about the mechanics, so you're like thinking about it from a mechanical thing or a mechanical standpoint and all that. Me, I'm immediately like thinking about like the story reasons why things are the way they are. And that was really like a moment of like, But again, I'm gonna have to think about it a lot more, I think. I need to see a little bit more of the game and then yeah, but my first instinct as a writer is I'm worried about the thematic impacts of those decisions. I'm worrying about it undermining the thematic sort of um thread. But we'll see. We'll see. But the most weapon you find it interesting in Elden Ring? I don't know right now. I mean, I like playing with spears, so I'm enjoying spears right now. I found a... Did I not find... Oh yeah, I found a fucking twin blade the other day. I'm excited to maybe build that weapon a little bit and use it as a boss killing weapon, maybe. Not sure yet. What's up, Glegor? How are you doing today? There's usually a nice discussion or two happening in here. Do a line, one reason or another. Happens a lot with the cage games because those games are gross. Yeah, man. I do not miss the... Well, I mean, actually playing the cage games was really cool, so... I kind of miss them a little bit. What's up, Puka Bear? How are you doing today? I wanted to come and sit on that screen because I feel like it's going to take me a while to make a decision about what to do here. I don't know if I want to explore this place or if I want to go back to the surface and explore the woods before even considering exploring this area. I'm happy to dive into it now that I have some time. Yeah. Oh, haven't you haven't started playing Expedition 33 yet, Warren? Expected some story-based change eventually, but not specifics. Yeah, so... Man, it's so hard to talk about it, but... It's like there's something about the skills and there's something about the weapons, right, Strange Pie? The skills, I was not too... You know, I was like, And I think they did a great job at sort of like hiding things with the skills menu, which is very impressive. The weapons, though, is what tipped me. What's up, Tylers? How are you doing today? What's up, Shepard? The ambience in Shifra works for me. It's almost Kaylee eerie, but it's a bit pleasant. There's something about those colors that we're looking at for me. The purplish and the orange-ish. Those colors together, for some reason, for me, always make me think of Neverending Story. I don't know what it is. I know I've mentioned that movie a few times already in when we were playing Elden Ring, but to me it always reads like Neverending Story because of the oracles, right? That orange hue around the oracles and the night sky behind them, and then the blue ones and all that, right? It's such a part of my childhood that every time I see those colors together, it kind of makes me think of that. And there's something like similar about how mythological this all feels. Like you're looking at something that's ancient, that's from a time before, you know, that has a mythical nature to it. Just as the oracles in Neverending Story, right? Yeah, I'm a big fan of that aesthetic there. What's up, Schnoor? Yeah, I mean, this area obviously is very intriguing. I really kind of makes me want to explore. Just not sure now's the time, you know? Go all the way back up as long as that elevator is still working. Made it downstairs, yeah. Yeah, we went down the elevator at the end of last stream. Because I got teleported in the forest, in the woods. Right as I was trying to leave too. That was... how do I do that? Show above ground, show underground. Oh, that's why it was dark. Oh, shit. Does that mean... Oh, man. That implies there's gonna be a whole fucking map down there. So we finished exploring Limgrave, right? Which was our goal. Well, this part of Limgrave. And my next step was gonna be going down that road here and finally properly exploring this area. And I was in there with Patches. And Patches gave me a chest to open. And I opened the chest and he teleported me here. So I was like, hey, for once I'm getting teleported where I want to go. And I was right next to the well, so I went down. But I mean, I was literally gonna go out and go down that road. Like, the only thing we're missing is I need to go back and explore this properly, right? Like, the whole sort of like early area and the woods. And so my decision now is I can either explore this place where we're at right now, or I can go back up and explore upstairs first. And I'm not sure. I am not sure what to do. How many attempts you had to defeat this witch with the red hair? Do you mean the warrior and the knight? Like the dual boss? I don't know, it took me like 3 days, I think. I'm not sure exactly how many attempts, but yeah, 3 days. Okay, first things first, I need to... Okay, the elevator is still working. I also like that it's sort of a magical elevator, right? It gives another eerie feeling to this place. Contributes to the sort of weirdness of it all. Okay. Alright, I want to call... Oh. Well, I want to call back the elevator, but that's going to take a while, I think. Yeah, we got it like 2 streams ago, yeah. What's up, Tixar? We found the river, yeah. What's up, Radical? Oh, I said hi twice, I think. Radical, but... Would have been mad if that rainbow crystal didn't shatter, because you would realize there's something you haven't found. Okay, that elevator is still not up there, by the way. I don't remember how long it took, but yeah, it took a while to get up there. Going to explode this place or coming back? I'm not sure yet. I think I'm gonna peek a little bit. Oh, there it is. Alright. That's how long it takes to go all the way back up. Holy shit. I think I want to just take a peek at least. A little bit. Right? But I'm not sure if I want to go back up and... like, explore the area upstairs properly before coming down. Like... I'm really not sure. I'm obviously fascinated and intrigued by this place, but... I don't know, if this place is... if it's just a small place, that's okay. But if it's a huge fucking ass area... I do feel like I kind of want to do the surface first. Ooh, melted mushroom. That's new. A mushroom that grows in the false night in and around the Eternal City. Material used for crafting, it drips of a viscous fluid that behaves much like oil. A mushroom that grows in the false night in and around the Eternal City. Oh, hold on. Hold on a minute. I do have notes about the Eternal City, don't I? Yep. A black moon hung over it, memory stone, starlight also linked. I think it doesn't exist anymore. The monk and the sorceress in Celia are apparently linked to it. Which I know that because of their weapons, I think. A grim weapon wielded by swordsmen of the Eternal City. The False Knight. Is that the False Knight? In the False Knight in and around the Eternal City. Because, like, it looks like there's... Obviously, it's not a sky, right? Because we're in a cave. But maybe there's, like, stones or something, like, against the... In the rocks that make it look like stars, so it looks like a night. I mean, they said a black moon hung over it. There's something magical, maybe supernatural going on down there for sure. So is that the Eternal City? Did we find, like, the ruins of the Eternal City? That would be interesting if that's the case. Hold on. I need to take those things and bring them somewhere else. My notes are such a mess. I really need to organize my notes one of these days, which I know I said I was going to do this weekend, but I didn't. That the size we were working with? No, that is the size. Wait. Oh, that's it. Yeah. Is it? I think that's the size we were working with. Can you make drawings on your notes? Not. The software is not really meant for like drawing stuff, but you know, there would be a way if I really wanted to. Is it the ruins found down in Sufra River? And then I'll take the notes about what I find here, down here, there, I guess. Some space for it. What's up, Pastor JJ? How are you doing today? Colette, good to see you. So-called Chain Morning Star. Said to have been a feared weapon in the Middle Ages. You mean like a flail? Not easy to handle. I mean, I guess you just, you know, you just swing it, right? I think the chain's just there to add a little bit of, I don't know, does the chain add like momentum to the sort of the striking part of it? I'm not sure exactly how it works, but I'm not a medieval weapon expert, far from that. What's up, Kagaij? How are you doing today? Good to see you. Thank you for 20 months. I appreciate that. Thank you very much, Kagaij. You will be remembered. Hope you're well. Think someone go down the well elevator never gets old? Yeah, I'm full of hesitation right now. I'm not sure if I want to actually explore this place or... Would probably rather hit myself with it than anyone else. I don't think so, because it's not like a nunchuck, right? Like the nunchuck, the problem with the nunchuck is the part you're holding and the part that's striking is the same length. So it's very easy to just like sort of mess up and hit yourself. The flail, you know, you have a pretty long handle, which means you just swing it and it just like it. I mean, obviously, I don't know. Let's just put it this way. I'm assuming people who were using those weapons were used to using them. Also, you have to think about something is even if you gave those weapons to like farmers, back in the day, farmers were using flails like as a... initially, I'm pretty sure it was a farming tool. You would use that to smash grain, right? Like a flail originally was used like with the big wooden like striking thing at the end of it, was usually used to crush grain. So like even farmers were used to swinging shit like that, right? You just give that to a bunch of farmers and they just go to town with it, you know? I don't know. So Dew-kissed herba. I love the little drops of dew on it. That's really cool. A herb that grows in the false night in and around the Eternal City. Soaked in arcane dew, it gives off the faint glow of starlight. That's really cool. Yeah, I mean, listen, again, I don't know. Like, I wasn't there, and I'm not an expert on medieval weapons, but... I think a big point of a lot of medieval weapons was that they could be very simply wielded by farmers if you needed to recruit them. Like, you know, to like, conscript an army out of your farmers, and you could just give them, like, you know, a spear, a fork. It's pretty similar, right? Like, you're gonna get the idea. Like, a spear, you just poke. It's not that hard. And I think the flail being a weapon of war, it makes sense thinking, you know, understanding that it was initially like a farming tool. So, but yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. What's up, Kimmy? How are you doing today? Okay. Fur calling finger remedy. Man, this is kind of mysterious. There's an actual, like, little river. I really don't know if I want to explore this place. Like, right now I'm exploring a little bit, and I'm worried that just starting to explore is going to make me committed. But, like, I am fascinated by this place and what I'm seeing. How is vegetation growing down there? There's no sun. There's clearly some, like, supernatural things happening. There's water. That probably helps. What am I wearing right now? Oh, Erdtree's favor, yeah. Oh! Enemies. Oh my god, what are these things? They look weird. I love this. It really feels like I'm disturbing a place that wasn't meant to be disturbed. What are they doing? Are they fishing? Or, I mean, they can be fishing in like 3 inches of water. Are they farming? Are they like... I don't understand what's happening here. But it seems like they're working. That dude is eating something. Oh my god, they're tanky as fuck. Holy shit. Oh my god, they're all activated now. Oh my god, this is creepy as hell. Very slow. It's interesting how slow they are. That's a very interesting vibe right there. Like they're so slow moving and everything. Like time sort of runs on a different scale around here. Oh shit, okay. They have a lot of poise. I am not even... Yeah. They are unfazed by my attacks. Yep. Completely unfazed by my attacks. What an interesting design. Holy shit. This is so fucking cool. Okay, well, this also gives me the impression that I'm probably not supposed to explore this place now. Like, those enemies are tanky as hell. Which only makes me want to explore it more, I guess. Still gonna go up there, but hold on. Let me yeah, there's more of those nerds here. Oh my god, okay. This place seems... Is that a whole fucking castle? I'm seeing like full-on towers there. Oh my... Wait, hold on. Oh shit, they're onto me. Is that a bridge all the way up there? There's like towers all the way over there. Yeah, this place seems pretty big. I mean, obviously some of it could just be for like flavor. Maybe not explorable, but... I am really not doing a lot of damage to those assholes. I wonder maybe a striking weapon would be better. I don't know. I mean, yes, striking weapons are better. This is like a... This weapon's only... I love that animation. That weapon's not upgraded and it does more damage than the spear. So clearly, striking weapons are better against enemies. Speaking of flails. But, yeah. Oh my god. Look at this, they sort of like decompose in a black sludge, and the stuff that's on their back, which seems to be like hardened rock or calcified something, just stays there, like their spine sort of just sits there. That's an interesting visual. It's like those things are so old that as soon as you kill them, they just get into an advanced stage of decomposition. Oh shit, what the fuck is that? Is that the bottom of a statue, maybe? Also a fucking... Is that a... This one seems blue. I've never seen a blue one before, I don't think. Blue-green-ish. I should not be exploring this place now. I'm not ready for this. Smithing stone level 4. Okay, that's the first indication I'm getting of roughly what kind of level we're looking at here. It's fine. We've been through worse, I think. You survived Khalid, you'll survive this, maybe? Maybe. This wasn't the plan. I was supposed to just explore the woods. And then we're supposed to go to the Storm Gate and finally make it to Stormvale. And now I find myself in a whole other fucking area that wasn't even on the map in the first place. Oh, okay, they can be broken. Interesting. Yeah, see how they melt as soon as you kill them? That's very interesting. What's up, Siemens? Oh! Oh! Okay, that was sick. I'm very proud of my camera work, by the way. Cinema. That one's for you, chat. Okay, so that's a grab. That's not an attack. No. It's not the slowest punch ever. It's the slowest grab ever. What's up, No You? How are you doing today? DP as in a director of photography. Yes. I would have loved to be a director of photography. That was kind of one of my dream jobs as I was when I was a teenager. Obviously, completely inaccessible from here in Switzerland. You know, unless you're already sort of, you know, connected to the industry somehow. But I would have loved to do that. That was one of the things that I was fascinated with when I was a young lad. Oh god, what is this now? Everything is so slow. It is so fascinating. I'm really fascinated by how slow everything is. Their attacks, their spells, their movement. It's like you can tell like time has sort of suspended in this place. This is barely a living place anymore. It's just, you know, it's in this sort of weird state of suspension. Which I think is quite cool. And how it translates into everything they do being so slow. This is so fascinating. JJ, thank you for the the Prime sub, sorry, 16 months. I appreciate that. Thank you for the Prime. Less money for Jeff, more money for me. JJ, you will. Be remembered. Everybody has a plane until they take an elevator to the underground. Yeah, that's true. Okay, so you can't... I was trying to bait the explosion to, like, you know, dodge away. You can't. It blows up as soon as you touch it. Hmm. Oh, okay. That explosion's bigger than I thought. I'm experimenting, guys. Is a lack of sunlight on the ground considered a spoiler? Probably not, but maybe the full sentence that you said implied more than that? Question mark? In any case, it's a deletion. It doesn't matter. You should know that better than anyone. You come from the kind of communities where those kinds of rules are enforced all the time. Oh, I'm dead. Yeah. I thought that decision was funny. Okay. Do you want me to read your message and see if I think it should have been deleted or not? We call that the roulette. But if you fail, you get banned. Nah? Smart boy. I know you, Simmons. I know you're smart enough not to take that risk. Has anyone ever survived the roulette? No. 0 and 2 on roulette participants. It was speculation? Oh, speculation absolutely needs to be deleted. Yes. If... And I'm basing that on context. Like, you know, Simmons mentioned lack of sunlight considered a spoiler. So, if Simmons speculated about something because of the lack of sunlight, that pertains to the lore of this channel, of this location, or the enemies, or the items, or the whatever, it is definitely something that needs to be deleted. Because if we allow that, someone could be like, oh, I'm just speculating while spoiling the entire, you know, knowledge of the game. Right? Because we don't know what people know. So we can't open that door, right? Obviously, some people don't know. They maybe haven't even played the game and they're just speculating, and that would be fine, but we don't know that. A smart little fucker could use that window to just basically give whatever information they want, right? And you can obviously also innocently be right. You can be right with your speculation, which then becomes a spoiler. That is true as well. Ugh. And those enemies are... It's really interesting, like, because they're slow as fuck. And they do quite a bit of damage, but it's not, you know, it's not like they kill me in one hit or anything, but there's something about them that makes them overwhelming, and I don't really know what it is. I think the fact that they're this slow is actually harder to deal with. And especially in numbers. One of them at a time is fine, right? But when they have the numbers like that, it's so hard to know when to attack because of their slow pace. All of their attacks are kind of like alternated, and it's really, really strange. And also the fact that they don't stagger at all is a problem. Oh man, I almost got grabbed there. What's up, nothing? How are you doing today? Yeah, you would think enemies that slow would be easy to deal with. They're not. Facehugger, good to see you. Their movement is deceptive. Yes. Good way to put it. Oh. Whew. Yeah, the fact that they don't stagger is definitely a problem, because like, especially again, one enemy is just not a big deal, but once you get a couple of them, you can't interrupt their attacks, so it becomes a question of like, if they're all attacking in close like succession, you don't really have a window to, you know, to damage them. Also, there's so many of them. Look at how many of them there are. Also, they're blocking them kind of eats a lot of stamina. Dude! Okay, now there's... Oh my god. This is a mess. I feel like I need another weapon for this. I need a striking weapon for these guys. I would need an upgraded striking weapon. Is what I need. Yeah, because like this striking weapon that I have right now is unupgraded. It does a shit ton more damage already than my spear. So if it was upgraded, I would assume that would do like quite a bit of damage on those assholes. Oh my god, I'm gonna die. I don't know. I don't know. I need maybe I would need to build another weapon for this. At least my weapon's not bouncing off of them, so there's that at least. Continue attacking even when you hit them. Most enemy get interrupted with their attacks. Yeah. Yeah. I don't... Oh shit! Another mage one. Such a strange spell. It looks like water, but not really. Also, the music down there is kind of strange. What's up? Ikdup? IQ Dup? Dup? I'm not sure how to pronounce your name, so... IQ, maybe? I forgot about that one. Let's use that for a little bit. IQ is good. Noted. Oh, come on. Yeah, I just wanna... I kind of wanna... Oh, my lord. Asshole. I'm really curious about finding out more about the lore of this place, though, especially like those enemies and all that. It's so strange. Okay, hold on, hold on. We're finding some... Oh my god, this looks so fucking cool. I still need to go over there and clean those enemies. Oh. Okay, there's an interior location. Almost looks like a church or a castle of some kind. I don't know. Maybe this place is not that big. Most of it could be... we'll see. Oh. That's exactly what I needed. Actually, I'm out of flasks. No, sir. Come back. Thank you. Nice. More flasks. Beautiful. Oh yeah, IQ. We have pretty strict rules around here about what chat's allowed to say, and no game information, no help of any kind. I like to really figure everything out by myself, you know, without chat's influence. But yeah, don't worry about getting deleted though. Everyone goes through that. Everyone's been deleted around here. We even have a thing where we ask people who've been deleted before to raise their hands in chat, and usually a lot of people show up for that. It's a B-side of Cool Fucks. Yep, there it is. Yep, and that's true. That's not nobody's lying there. Like everyone gets deleted around here. It's a thing. It's a rite of passage. Yeah, you're now officially part of the community. Welcome. A budding horn. Okay. Just don't do it again. Yeah. You'll be fine. Is that a thing? That's a thing, isn't it? Hold on. A rarely seen specimen of a young budding horn, a material used for crafting, found by hunting herbivorous beasts. This horn began to sprout on Jesus, my pronunciation today. This horn began to sprout on a beast that typically bears no horn. Perhaps it's a vestige of the primordial crucible. Okay. Usually a beast that wouldn't get a horn started getting one. Some like old ancient genetic material coming through or something. The old fang was the other one that says vestige of the primordial crucible. Interesting. So there's something about the primordial crucible, right, where life began, and associated with fangs and horns and Okay, I need to get up there though. How do I get up there? How are you today, Jode Zindern? Good to see you. All creatures are susceptible to get horny. Thanks for the subtext. Well, that is your interpretation of it. I don't know if I agree with that. Can't wait for the new classes they add in the next update. There's going to be 2 new ones. Oh, they're adding new classes to Elden Ring 3 years after release. That's kind of wild. I personally don't care for it. I don't think the starting class actually matters very much, but... Oh yeah, I mean, you're right. For PvP, like if you're really into the PvP, being able to min-max in other ways obviously opens up a few new doors, right? Yeah, that's true. But yeah, for me, I start with the wretch, what's it called in this one? Deprived wretch? No, the wretch is in this one. Yeah, the deprived class, right? That's what I usually start with for the games. I like building from a blank slate. But yeah, if you're doing PvP, obviously every point counts, so new classes can mean new optimization. Subcycle Rider for the Switch 2 release specifically, they wanted some bullet points. Yeah, I mean, it's not going to be a very important thing for most players, I would say. But yeah, I can see the point for PvP for sure. For sure. Interesting that I found a centipede down there. Oh, it says you find them near churches and all that, right? So this confirms that maybe this is a church or a temple of some kind. This place is huge, dude. I don't know how much you can actually explore, but like you can see like there's buildings up there too. Like there's a sort of temple up there. The wretch is definitely a little tougher started as the samurai. Yeah, I mean, the starting classes, if you're, not doing PvP or stuff, like the starting classes are mostly a different starting experience. And that's it. But yeah, obviously some classes are way easier at the beginning, for sure. Oh, I think what Psycho Rider means is that they're doing this because of the Switch 2 release, but I think the update's going to be for every platform. That's my expectation. They're going to update it on every platform, but they're doing it specifically for that release, right? To have something to, like, sort of talk about, right? Oh, hello, game? Controller? Oh, there it is. My controller wasn't being recognized for a sec there. It's like when they release a new version of a game on a new console, but they're also like upgrading every other one, right? Trying to find an exit. That hit me through my fucking shield. Oh my god. Those things are the worst. They're so hard to navigate around. Ugh, it's so slow! Yeah, the slow balls are worst. Because you can't... It's so hard to dodge and play around. I'm actually kind of impressed how they managed to make slow attacks and slow spells feel so dangerous. It's actually quite impressive. That I think that's a nice achievement in design. Like building around those, like the slow speed of those things and making them more dangerous as a result. Mm. I did, Simmons, but apparently you were talking about an item or a weapon I may not have had. Which, an always another point of information. Not a great start to the day, Simmons, huh? I'm surprised coming from someone who's, hanging out in the communities that you do. Use the vlog. Let's just move on. I was saying the club was good. Well, alright, the club was good. Noted. I don't think I can make that jump. I don't think there's a point of making that jump, but... So that's where the water goes down. There's a little ledge here. Makes me think maybe if I go there, then I can jump there, but... Well, see, Pastouf, that's why we have rules on this channel, because now I know that I can use torrent down there, which I didn't before. So thanks for spoiling that. Instead of allowing me to maybe find out about it one day and be super excited about it. Past my vision by using a single letter. Yeah, that's the problem with me. I'm too quick to pick up on stuff. The curse of an overactive brain, unfortunately. You can't try and sneak your way around my understanding, unfortunately. What's up, Slythe? How are you doing today? So I don't think I can jump that far, though. And I'm worried I'm gonna die if I fall. That is not even close! Shit. Hey, at least now we know. My fucking souls are up there. That's great. More cool, subtle background music to set the mood. Yes, I love the music in this place. Very, eerie, I guess. Yeah, the word. I really kind of want to get my, I should not be doing this. This is a terrible, terrible idea. I really do want to get my runes back. I'm gonna say souls again. I'll get my runes back. Reminds me of one part of Outer Wilds. Oh yeah, maybe. Oh, by the way, speaking of which, no spoiler about the game, but if anyone's playing Expedition 33, there's one track in the soundtrack, and I know it's on purpose, that has the same piano notes as Zanarkand from Final Fantasy X. Like, there's a few notes, it's the exact same melody, and then it switches after like a few notes. Like the last couple notes of the motif is not the same, but there's like a couple of notes that is exactly the same, and I know it's done on purpose. It has to be done on purpose. And every time in my brain I hear the end of the Zonarcan motif, right? And then it just switches on me. So cool. But yeah, obviously it had to be done on purpose, because I know like the composer and even the devs, all of them are like big Final Fantasy fans. Final Fantasy X was one of their influences for the game. And I mean, you can tell that from the prologue. It's pretty obvious. Okay, this is bad. This is not ideal, what's going on right now. Because I don't really know how to get down. I need to wait until those balls explode, and then I'm gonna just run past them, I guess. Okay, let's go. Wait, how did he get there? Are those in it? Do they jump? Okay, I'm confused. I don't understand how he went to the platform. Anyway. What's up, Zimstang? There's a melody that's very similar to a track from a Pokemon game. I haven't played Pokemon games almost at all, so yeah. Obviously that's going to escape me, but yeah, Simon, I do have some opinions about the game. Like I think I'm a little more critical than most about the game. There's a few things that bother me about it. The soundtrack's definitely not one of them. The soundtrack's one of the best of all times that I've heard. In fact, it may be, for me personally, it may be second only to Nier as my favorite soundtrack of all time already. And I'm like only in Act 1. Well, I just finished Act 1 of the game. It's just so good. Like, obviously recency bias could be a thing, so I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna claim that it's officially my second favorite soundtrack of all time, but... okay, that sucks. Okay. You're gonna have to aim, sir. Thank you. Oracle Bubbles. Are you doing PvP in this game later? I'm playing offline, so no. I do not engage in PvP in those games. Listen, I play fighting games in my spare time. I don't need PvP in a game like this. It's fun, I don't care. I'm playing offline because I don't want messages on the ground. I consider them spoilers. If there was a way to play online and not have the messages on the ground, I probably would keep it activated just because I think the invasions can be a fun mechanic. But, yeah. What was your number 2 before Expedition 33? I'm not sure. Actually. Final Fantasy VIII, maybe? Last of Us 2, maybe? What game would be in the running for best soundtrack of all time for me? Yeah, I'm not sure. I just always knew Nier was number 1. That's how much I knew. Are you poking the walls to find something? Yeah, I'm still, trying to find secret walls somewhere. That's how I play those games. I just poke every fucking wall that I find. What's up, Lord? How are you doing? Okay, hold on. I need to get out of there. Outer Wilds is a good pick too. Hollow Knight's another good one. Disco Elysium's a good one too. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of good soundtracks obviously out there, but Valhalla, I've heard of the game. I never played it. So PvP leads to a lot of late game gear being shown to you. Yeah, that's true too. Like PvP could potentially spoil equipment and whatnot. Right? So, which is, you know, I guess in a way that feels more earned than just the information being given out. But I still am not a fan of it. Hmm. Okay, so I haven't killed those nerds here. They killed me and then I went the other way around, but I love that they're still following me extremely slowly. I mean, there couldn't be a secret there because that leads to the other side of this. But yeah, I don't know. Outside of that, Siemens, I have a few concerns about Expedition 33 in terms of the combat system, I think. Although, I will say, it feels like it's... No, actually, I still have the same concerns. It's just the way that I'm playing. Like, I'm forcing myself not to optimize my builds, basically, in Expedition 33, which makes the game more interesting. But I still feel the same way about there being, like, one ideal way of playing, basically. So... And, yeah, I mean, I do think there's a few things where you can see sort of like the low budget, small team aspect of the game, right? Like the animations aren't always great outside of combat, especially. In combat, I think they're great. Outside of combat, not so much. The movement controls, the movement is a little floaty and weird. Which makes certain optional platforming sections really annoying and bad. But, yeah, I mean, minor concerns with Expedition 33. I'd say in general, I still think it's a masterpiece, and those devs deserve everything, all the success that's coming to them, just because of their philosophy. They set out to make a great fucking game, and they're doing it, right? There's no shitty microtransactions, there's no shitty practices. They're literally putting the 8-hour soundtrack free on YouTube and SoundCloud and everything. Like, come on. Like, it's absolutely amazing, the work they've been doing. So they really deserve all the good that's coming to them. And I hope they're gonna keep making fucking masterpieces going forward with more budget. But yeah, I don't think it's a perfect game by any means, is what I'm trying to say. But it's definitely one of the best games I've played recently. That's not necessarily it, no, Simmons. It's more that, from what I've seen so far, and I'm pretty sure I'm correct because I don't see it changing. The way the combat system works and the defensive tools that you are given makes it that the optimal way of building every character is dumping all your points in the damage stats. There's really no reason to build defensively, because you can be perfect defensively just by playing well, because there's like real-time parrying and dodging, right? Which is weird in a turn-based game, but that's a thing that they went for. And it's cool, it's very fun to do, it's fun to play, but it also kind of breaks the system. So like you just dump all your points into the offensive stuff on every character. There's no real reason to build defensively. Even though the sort of the certain skills, certain characters seems like they're meant to be built more defensively, or, you know, like tanky, or... But it would be suboptimal to do it, because you can just completely avoid any and all damage by playing well, which is often easier to do, right? So, Yeah, no game info, period. You'll eventually, IQ, you'll eventually understand where the line is if there's one, right? But if you're new, the best way to approach it is just don't talk about the game. Yeah. You can react like emotionally to stuff that's happening and be excited for what's happening or laugh about what's happening or whatever, but you're not allowed to talk about stuff that gives any sort of information to me. I love this game. Well, there you go. That's something you're allowed to say. He's playing the game. He gets an item of an enemy. Says it before we type. We can't talk about the weapon. Yeah, you're not allowed to tell me, for instance, that I picked up a spear earlier, which is something I know that I did, but I haven't looked at it yet. But if you were to say something like, "Oh, this you just picked a spear" or whatever, that's giving me information that you shouldn't be giving me. If I forget something or if I miss something, that is part of the experience. Basically, the way we're trying to do things on this stream is get as close as possible as me playing the game without a Twitch chat, right? Which is why we talk about a lot of stuff that don't really have to do with the game we're playing most of the time. Because it's easier to have conversations about other stuff. But yes, nobody's gonna be mad at you if you make an honest mistake and get deleted. That's why deletions don't matter, right? You can still talk, you can still do everything. Just as long as we don't start thinking you're doing it intentionally, right? What's the build you're aiming for at the moment? I don't really have a build in mind. I'm just like upgrading endurance, strength, and dexterity, because that's always what I upgrade in those games. Because I like being able to use all kinds of martial weapons. I don't typically like magic weapons. I prefer like stuff that's more grounded. But I've also noticed in this game already a few weapons that are pretty cool that require like faith or intelligence, so I may have to put some points in there eventually. But yeah, I don't have any plans. I want an exploration build. What I know is I want an exploration build and I want a boss killing build. Which I'm not going to change my stats for it, but I want like a specific set of weapons for exploring, and I think so far spear and shield have been really fun. And then for boss killing, I want a two-handed weapon. That's what I am thinking of right now. But I don't know if it's going to be a big sword or maybe the twin spear, twin blade. I like the twin blade, the idea of it. But I don't know. I mean, it's going to be a really, really fucking long adventure. So I'm sure I'm going to switch my weapons around a lot. I'm going to try new things, you know, like it. So I don't really have a plan. We'll see what happens. I rarely have an idea of what kind of build I want to make. I just want to go on an adventure and see how it feels. Does my character have a backstory? Not really. I mean, the one the game is giving me, right? But I didn't try to think about what I was before I got to the Lens Between or anything. That's I'm not really approaching a Souls game from a perspective of roleplay. I consider the character more of a, as opposed to something like Fallout or like a really immersive role-playing game. I consider the character more as a vessel for me to explore the world, right? So I'm more interested of the lore of the world itself than my character in those games, I guess. Infamous, thank you for the tier 1, 23 months. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Infamous Distant, you will be remembered. Hope you're well, dude. Thank you. Have you ever used magic in Souls games? I've never used magic in a Souls game, ever. Maybe just, you know, to try something or like experiment a little bit, see how the spell looks, but yeah, I've never actually used them. No. What's up, Smee? How are you doing today? Yeah, exactly. That's what we're shooting for, right? No information from chat and just let the game and my experience play out naturally. That's exactly it. And I know it's not going to be for everyone. I understand that some people need to be able to participate more and give information and feel like they're making a difference in the playthrough. And I understand that. I'm not, you know, I'm not judging anyone. I'm just, there's a streamer for everyone and there's a viewer for everyone. Yeah, I'm the same IQ. I don't know. There's something to me, and it's also like a flavor thing. There's something to me about a pauper night, you know, a proper pauper night. Like I can use the two words there. Just a normal dude with no magic, just big weapons, that takes on these mythical creatures, supernatural, magical creatures, right? There's something really cool about that, I think. You're just a normal knight with a big-ass weapon, and you're fighting these like, yeah, ancestral demons and whatnot, and it makes me feel... It makes it feel more epic to me, but again, that's also a matter of preference, of course. And I think a big part of why I like this is, I think, goes all the way back to Shadow of the Colossus, probably, which was my favorite game of all time for a long time. And that was kind of the idea of Shadow of the Colossus, right? You're just a little dude with his horse, sword, and bow, and you're finding these ancient gods, and you know, it was so interesting. Can't wait for Night Rain. I am not interested at all in Night Rain. All the multiplayer stuff doesn't... Yeah. Night Rain, Duskbloods, not at all something I want to play. I'll watch people play Night Rain probably at some point, but yeah. Not for me. They're not making those games for me. I know that. It also, I don't know, it feels like a, I don't know, glorified mod. Just looking at what I've seen of the game. It looks like a glorified mod, and that's it. It makes me feel like a quick cash grab, which leaves a little bit of a bad taste in my mouth. But people who play the playtest say it's fun to play, so yeah, exactly, you, right? It's fun enough to play. If you're interested in that kind of stuff, awesome. I'm happy that you get more content to enjoy. Right? I'm always happy that people get stuff they can enjoy. There's nothing better than enjoying things. That's almost certainly the case, but I want to play the co-op experience with friends. Yeah, hell yeah. Hey, listen, maybe down the line, I'll get Night Rain on sale or something, and I'll play with Naz, and that's going to give us a game to play together. Because I never get the chance to play games with Naz very often. Because we don't often like the same things, and the games we like the same, we kind of play on our own, like fighting games, right? Rather than against one another. Also, fucking, you know, latency and all that. So maybe Night Rain could be one that we play together down the line. So, could be cool. Never know. But I'm definitely not buying it day one or full price or anything. That's for sure. Also, IQ, you should not pre-order games. Sorry, I have to stand on my soapbox for a second and complain about pre-ordering games. Pre-ordering community night. Oh, I'm not doing community stuff on stream. But when I'm saying playing stuff, I mean on my own time with my personal friends, not on stream. What's up, Redacted? How are you doing today? You plays, good to see you. Duskbloods MP only. I don't know exactly. I don't think nobody knows exactly how it goes. But they mentioned that there's similarities, like inspiration from like extraction shooter games, you know, like sort of that instance-based thing. And so I don't know. I don't know exactly what to expect with Duskbloods, but I know multiplayer is a big part of it. That much I'm pretty sure they've said. And also the game looks like, honestly, garbage. I'm sorry to say, but Duskbloods to me looks like an upscaled PSP game, and I'm picking my words very carefully there. I am not here for it. I think Duskbloods looks terrible. Duskbloods looks terrible. Jesus, that's not an easy sentence to say. I think the trailer looked absolute garbage. It did not make me want to play the game at all. So, hey, if people are excited about it, again, I'm super happy for them, but it's definitely not for me. What's up, Anubis? How are you doing? Elephant's called Wanky. I just noticed something a little funny. Can I have a permit? There's no but. You can link whatever you want. If you link stuff we're not happy with, we'll deal with that after the fact. Them's the rules here. We're working on a you know, trust system. I got an exclusive emote I can have fun with. I get why you don't support pre-order, but I was gonna buy this anyway. Do you get why I don't support pre-orders? Tell me why I don't support pre-orders, IQ. I'm curious. Why do you think I don't support pre-orders? Because if your answer to it is I was gonna buy it anyway, then you definitely don't understand why I don't support pre-orders. Is it me or does it totally look like a smiley face with white eyebrows and a head dick? Smiley face, white eyebrow. Okay. I'm not sure about the dick thing, Anubis. That I don't know. Maybe you should see a doctor. But I definitely see the eyebrows and the smiley face for sure. No, yeah, you're right. I do see the even the dick. If I'm honest, I'm seeing it. Yeah. It's a budding horn. Exactly. I was gonna say bulging. That would not have made my point better. I understand. I don't live in your brain, so I don't know. Yeah, I mean, listen. I've ranted about pre-orders a lot in the past, so I'm not gonna do a whole spiel again. But basically, in my opinion, pre-orders are the actual bane of the gaming industry right now. It's the reason why publishers get away with what they're doing. And why they're you know, they're getting away with releasing games that are barely complete, in a terrible state, or simply completely suck and don't deliver on what was promised at all. Everything is revolving around marketing, getting those big trailers at the Game Awards, getting those big announcements before the game releases, so that people load up on pre-orders and they can flaunt those numbers to their investors. Oh, we made so much money even before the game released. Please give us money for our next project. See how much returns you're getting even before the game releases? Right? And then once the game comes out, it's complete trash. And they don't care, because they've sold their pre-orders, and they've got their investments, and they've got their returns, and nobody gives a shit. And the devs suffer for it, because the devs have to work by the publisher's rules in most cases, right? And, oh yeah, but guys, our game's not ready to release yet. Oh, we don't care. You have until 3 months from now to release it. Okay. And then the devs have to suffer through that, you know? And nobody gives a shit anymore, because publishers keep making a lot of money. So, yeah. And as long as people keep pre-ordering, it's gonna happen. And I'm not blaming individuals for pre-ordering, right? Everyone has their reasons. For you, it's an emote. For someone, it's maybe a little discount. For someone, it's preloading, or whatever the reason is. I'm not judging a singular people for doing it. I understand why people might want to pre-order, right? I get it. It's just a systemic practice that I find disgusting. And unfortunately, you know, and everyone's feeding into that system, and that sucks. And the worst thing about it is, even when these days, I don't know, there's something these days about when a game comes out and it's not in a great state. In a lot of cases, either the game gets completely, you know, review bombed and then it's a disaster. Wink, wink, Concord. Stuff like that. Or it's the exact opposite. The game comes in a trash state and all the fucking players and the fan base is like, oh, but they're gonna improve on it. Because that's what they do these days. They release a game in a trash state and then everyone's like, oh, but yeah, but down the line it's gonna get patched and they'll add content and it's gonna be great. So you should definitely not refund your game, right? Because it's gonna become great later. And somehow this has become like sort of the norm. We're accepting games coming out in the state they are because it's gonna be improved later, and I fucking hate that. And I think pre-orders are a big part of that sort of I'm trying to find the right word there, in that structure of the game industry right now. Because if you remove pre-orders from that, you have to deliver a product that's good right away, or people are going to be like, oh well, maybe they'll improve it later, but I'll just wait, and I'm not going to buy it now, right? And then everything collapses. And then they have to make good games on release again, right? So yeah, that's my rant about pre-ordering. So again, I'm not judging you or you know, thinking poorly of you for pre-ordering. As I said, everyone has their reasons to do it, and it's not an individual issue, it's a systemic issue. But I still like to talk about it, and, you know, at least you make your decisions a little more informed, hopefully. I personally do not pre-order anything anymore. I haven't pre-ordered for a while. The one time, okay, there was one exception to that. The one time I pre-ordered something in the past, I don't know, 5+ years. In fact, I've never really pre-ordered games, unless they were physical copies of like deluxe editions, or like a steel case edition of The Last Guardian. I pre-ordered that in a store, in an actual store back in the day, but that's different, right? Like it's you pre-order a physical thing because maybe there's not going to be enough, right? That's a bit different. But yeah, like the last thing I actually pre-ordered online and I regret it was Diablo 4, because I wanted to play a few days in advance. Because I had a few days, you know, a few free days in front of me with the weekend. I was like, hey, I want to play Diablo, whatever, I'll pre-order the fucking deluxe edition and play 72 hours in advance or something. And I did like Diablo 4 just fine. I just still regret pre-ordering it, because I think that practice of early access pre-order is even worse than anything else. I think it's even worse than anything else. And I hate that I contributed to it in my very tiny, small way. I just do it to download something I already decided to play on release. Other than that, pre-order is a scam. Yeah, I get it. Being able to preload is a great option. Here's the thing, though. I don't think preloading should be locked by pre-ordering. I understand why it is, because resources and all that. In an ideal world, you should be able to preload any game, and then you can only play it if you purchase it, right? But obviously that would be a lot of loads on servers, and that would cost a lot of money to the platforms, and obviously it doesn't make sense, right? But that would be the ideal sort of scenario, I guess. But again, that's not a realistic solution. I know that. I straight up don't believe a game will improve after release, regardless of what is promised. One or two might follow through, but as they say, one bad apple spoils the bunch. Yeah, I mean, we've seen good examples of that, though. Cyberpunk's a very major one, right? That obviously improved a lot. I personally played it like a couple years after release, and I had a lot of fun with it. Yeah, I don't have any other like prime example in mind, but No Man's Sky, yeah, that's a good one too. But it doesn't matter if games actually do or not. For some reason, people believe in it. That's one of the loudest discourse you hear these days on the internet, is when a game that people were excited about comes out and it's not great on release. Everyone's like, oh, but they'll make it better, and in a few months it'll be great, right? Don't worry about it. It makes me wonder if there's some astroturfing going on, like that publishers actually, you know, get fake accounts and bots to say that kind of shit to get that discourse going, you know. Because it blows my mind that the community would just accept that as a thing. But no. Lord, thank you for the Prime Gaming sub. 3 months. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. Just got ads. Here's a Prime sub for you. Thank you. That means a lot. Less money for Jeff, more money for me. Lord Ep, you will be remembered. And Saladino, thank you for gifting a sub to Anubis. 856. Thank you so much, Saladino, as always. And Anubis, you will also be remembered. Enjoy your ad-free experience. Also, guys, make sure you join the Discord if you want to get, you know, the most reliable live notifications for the stream. And if you're a sub, a few more channels you can enjoy, including suggesting the song of the day that we listen to during the countdown at the beginning of the stream. Civ Games stopped being as good when their UI programming interns decided to switch to shooting CEOs instead. We ended up... Wait! Is that a thing? Luigi was a UI programmer for Civ? I'm telling you, this kid keeps getting better and better in my book. I don't know. Sounds like a swell guy to me. Yeah, Shepard. 2077 2.0. I only played 2.0, right? But it was one of the best gaming experiences of my life, for sure. But then again, my expectations about it were minimal. I didn't eat up all the marketing stuff. I didn't read on the game before it came out. So I didn't have all those expectations. The only thing I knew is when the game released, people were disappointed, and there was a lot of tech issues. So I waited. I just waited. And then eventually got into it, and it was awesome, because I didn't have any expectations. Civ 7 is a joke, you didn't like it, yeah? Yeah, Captain Axe, yeah. I don't know, I think the most sort of in-depth opinion well, not even in-depth, but one of the opinions I've heard from, like, JC, who's a big Civ player, right? Like, Civ 6 is probably the game he's put the most time in, was that I think 7 was not as exciting or anything. I'm not sure. I'm not sure exactly what the deal was, but yeah. I don't know. Is it one of those cases maybe where 6 had so many updates and DLCs and new systems that it was such a more complex game, so 7 seems a little bare bones on release? I don't know. Oh, you haven't played 7? Okay, JC. Okay, never mind. Then it must have been someone else then. I think I've heard a different opinion then. That's on me. I remembered you saying something about it, but maybe I'm confused. He was a junior at Fireaxis on LinkedIn. Crazy. It's my favorite weird fact. That's crazy. Love it. Oh. Still waiting for that jury nullification. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Dude's gonna shoot himself 3 times in the head in prison. Tragic. I mean, I don't know. I think... Listen, in this case, I think he's safe from that, Simmons. And the reason for that is... They're already, like, not talking about him too much anymore in the media. Like, the media definitely got the fucking instruction to stop mentioning this guy. Because the more they talked about him, the more the public opinion was behind the dude. And they obviously do not want that, right? So I don't think they're gonna turn the guy into a martyr. That would be the word. Like, he doesn't have anything, like, it's not like Epstein, right? Where he might have information about reaching powerful people. The dude doesn't have any information that he can leak to the public. He's just a guy, right? I don't think they want to make him a martyr. That would be a fucking bad mistake. Right? I think they wanted, if there's a jury nullification, and I'm for some reason I really believe there will be, they're gonna want all of this to be as quiet as possible. They want the guy to go back to his quiet little life and just, you know, disappear into obscurity. That's what they would prefer, I think. Now, if they can lock him up in prison forever and never mention him anymore, I'm sure they would, but they certainly cannot turn him into a martyr, because, you know, the crowd, the public opinion is just waiting for reasons to get behind that guy. So, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Kolik, nice, nice. They change a bit of vital stuff and the game doesn't feel like Civ anymore. That's not necessarily a bad thing, though, Lord. I mean, again, if you're expectations, right? If you're a type of player that just wants more of the same, but like a modernized version of the same thing, then hell yeah, you want the game to be like an upgraded version of what you love. Personally, I love when a series is trying to do different things. I hate sequels, I hate remakes, I hate all that stuff. I always want a new thing, right? So when a series is trying to do something completely new, even if it misses, for me personally, I always think it's a good thing. Because at least they're trying to reinvent themselves and improve on things. And I feel I've had that conversation a lot around Tekken these days, because Tekken 8 is a controversial entry in the series. And I have some, I have some issues with Tekken 8, but I still prefer that they're trying to do new things rather than just making an upgraded version of the previous game. I want them to change fundamental systems. I want them to add new things that completely, adjust the way you need to play the game. So when you say, like, they change a bunch of vital stuff that doesn't feel like Civ anymore, it makes me more excited to try the game. Because I want to see what they're doing. And even if it doesn't work for me, at least they're always trying new things, right? Because if it's only just an upgraded version of the previous one, whatever. At some point I'm going to get tired of it, and then I'm not excited for the new games anymore, because it's always more of the same. Cough, cough, FIFA, right? Stuff like that. But, I mean, to be fair, it's hard to reinvent football, but, But yeah, that's the thing, and that's the thing, Lord. I think Legger's saying that in the sense that let them try new things with 7, because 6 is always there if you want it, right? So I think I think it's great that they're trying new things with 7, and I'm saying that as someone who hasn't tried it and doesn't know how how good or bad it is, right? FIFA, but in space with guns. I'm on board. In fact, let's change football in general for that. Let's just change football. Make it in space with guns. Breen of the... Oh, Brienne. Sorry, yeah. Different spelling, but I don't want to be an asshole, Captain Max, but... It's a French-ish name, so I have to defend it, So, what's her name? Gwendolyn Christie did the narration in 7. Sean Bean was doing it in 6, right? That's the thing. Yeah. Yeah, that's cool. I like that they're bringing in big names for that. That's fun. It's a fun little thing. Same could be said about this game with the open world aspect. Yeah, no, for sure. It's not what I'm hoping for in a Souls game, and it's not really hitting for me in the best of ways, like the open world stuff, but I'm glad that they're trying new things, right? And I hope when they make another single player RPG, not Duskbloods or Night Rain, I hope they're gonna try something new again, like they did for Sekiro, like they did for Bloodborne with the trick weapons and all that. Let them try new things. Let them experiment. Sometimes it's gonna hit, sometimes it's not, but it's better than just making the same game over and over. Yeah. What's up, Marik? How are you doing? They need Charles Dance next? Man, that dude has such a great voice. Wait, is Charles Dance still alive? Didn't he pass away recently? No, he hasn't. Oh, thank God. There's hope. For some reason, I had a feeling that he may have passed away recently, but no, he didn't. I really like Charles Dance. Loved him. I think the first movie where I really liked him was Alien 3. Alien 3 is notoriously one of my favorite Alien movie, which I know is a hot take, but Alien 3 is just what a banger of a movie, and Charles Dance was amazing in it. And he was also great in Last Action Hero, which is a silly movie, but I love it so much. I miss Zelda 2. NES Zelda 2? Oh, Zelda 2. Sometimes. Oh, wait. No, Zelda 2 is a banger of a game. Don't you dare. Zelda 2 on NES is better than any other Zelda ever released. It is my favorite Zelda of all, and I think it's the best one. And I absolutely don't care if I'm alone on that hill. Zelda 2 is the best Zelda game. How's the land between treating you? Pretty well, Marik. I'm currently underground right now. What's up, Naz? How are you doing today? Played on 3DS from the Virtual Console, like the leveling and absurdity. I think it's just a great game. It's one of the first Metroidvanias, really, if you think about it. And I thought it was amazing. I don't know. I really liked Zelda 2. No. Is that the one with the side-scrolling dungeons? Yes, it was the side-scrolling Zelda. Yeah. I thought it was great. Phenotopia Awakening. It's an indie game heavily inspired by Zelda 2. Phenotopia Awakening. Okay, I'm already concerned about the color scheme of the title screen. It looks like that color scheme that every game is doing these days. And I hate it. Looks cool though. Oh yeah, I can see the Zelda 2 vibe to it. Yeah, hell yeah. Hey, maybe I should take a look. It actually does look pretty cool. One of the games that I was really excited about was Chasm at some point when they first announced it. It looked very much like a Zelda 2 inspired game, but it turned out to be not so great. But oh well. Have we read the description? Nope. I'm still yapping. Yeah, I haven't played that one, Simmons. Link Faces of Evil. What's up, Ingredius? How are you doing today? Yeah, no, I mean, hey, listen. It's an NES game. It has aged, for one. That's something you have to keep in mind. Two, it's a little obscure. The progression is sometimes kind of hard to... You can definitely figure it out on your own. But I feel like it's one of those games that released in the era of... You wanted to sell the Nintendo Power magazines with it. For people to, find like the tips and tricks to actually complete the game. It's kind of that era of gaming. But I still think, I've seen people stream the game and figure it out all on their own. It's definitely doable. When I was a kid, I remember finishing the game. I never used like a Nintendo Power, but we were definitely like helping each other with friends. And like giving us, like solution how to find new areas and stuff like that. So I don't, it may be a little obscure sometimes, but yeah, I don't know if you like that old school sort of game. I mean, the music is fantastic, and I really like the game. I think the combat system is really cool. It feels very tight to play. Yes, me. Was Nintendo Power ever published in Europe, or was it an American thing? I'm pretty sure that there was a translated version, yeah. I think. I don't remember, honestly. We had other magazines that would do the same thing. What's up, Corex? MGS3 remake coming out soon? Yeah, I'm kind of excited about that one. MGS3 is my favorite of the bunch. In fact, I think it's one of the greatest games of all time. So, I'm definitely excited about playing a remake. I haven't played MGS3 even in a long time. So. Should be cool. I'm not sure if I'm going to stream it or not, but yeah. I'm just hoping it won't be another UE5 disaster. Yeah, a lot of people are have issues with UE5. I think UE5 is one of those things that it's going to get better when like the average consumer's hardware improves, right? I think UE5 right now is a lot of people have to like go hard on like the DLSS stuff to be able to run those games. And the problem is if you go like performance mode in DLSS and all like frame generation stuff, that shit looks horrible. Like the artifacting on the textures and the transparency stuff and like that shit looks really fucking bad. It makes every game look terrible, I think. Yeah, I don't know. The low-level DLSS is really not great. But as hardware improves and, you know, like personally, like on my machine, for instance, I play games with like quality settings on DLSS and all that, and it looks, you know, excellent. So obviously I don't have that issue personally, but yeah, I understand that for a lot of people it really doesn't work very well. So yeah, I like my pixels calculated, not guessed. That's a good way of putting it. I'm sure it'll get better in time. Like, I just think it's a very young engine still, right? It'll get better with time. I have a 4700 Ti Super. Let me bring up my thing so I'm not saying nonsense. Yeah, but 4070 Ti Super, sorry, 4070 Ti Super, and I have an i7 14700. Okay. I'm not an expert on hardware, I just, you know. Yeah, I mean, I didn't want to wait for the... I needed to upgrade my computer last year, and I didn't want to wait for the 50 series, so... I went with a good compromise of quality for a decent price, which was the 4070 Ti Super. And I figured I go for, you know... I'm not going for like the 4090 or anything. This way I'm saving on money, and later down the line I can upgrade. You know, in a couple of years I can upgrade to the whatever's... You know... I feel like with a limited budget, it makes more sense to go for like the middle of the line, upgrade more regularly rather than getting the you know, the 90 series or whatever. I don't know. Yeah, Anktar. Yeah, Stoner. That's unfortunate. Yeah, I mean, my personal experience with the UE5 has been decent. Every game that I've played, the only thing I've had to do was make sure my DLSS was on quality to avoid like the shitty artifacting and all that, and make sure the frame generation, which is another thing, was turned off always. Right? Because if I turn on the frame generation, for some reason it ruins my performance. Like I'm getting like hiccups and shit, which I'm not sure what causes it, but I remember that being a thing in like Stalker 2 and Monster Hunter as well. So I turn off frame generation, but I leave DLSS on quality, and then the game looks decent and runs well. But again, everyone's obviously that's the problem with PC gaming. Like the experience not the same across the board. So I guess I'm one of the lucky ones. Yeah, it could be a thing with CPUs as well, Colette, for sure, for sure. Yeah. We'll see. I mean, I think it's one of those things, unfortunately, where most games coming out in the future are gonna run on UE5. That's those engines just take over the industry, right? So hopefully they eventually refine it and they you know, get everything under control and the performances across the board are gonna get better. But it is what it is, you know. Big fan of the TI line of GPUs. Yeah, I mean, it's quite a nice boost of performance for not much more of the cost, so. Anyway, let me read those descriptions. Sorcery of the Claymen who served as priest in the ancient dynasty. Produces several small magic bubbles that drift towards foes before they naturally pop. Charging increases the delay before the bubbles pop. The Claymen search for lost oracles within their bubbles. It's funny that there's a mention of Oracle, you know, when I was talking about the Oracles in Neverending Story earlier, that reminded me of this place. So they search for lost oracles within their bubbles. In this context, I'm assuming that means like, sort of like, they're trying to see the future or something in those bubbles. The Claymen. Okay, that makes sense why they fall into like puddles once they die, then. Claymen. Okay, so served as priests in the ancient dynasty. Rulers of the Eternal City, question mark? The ancient dynasty. Do you say dynasty or dynasty? I'm never sure. Search for oracles in their magical bubbles. I say both. First way, second way. Okay, well, that helps. What's up, Rob? How are you doing today? I like dynasty, I think. Harpoon with a tip made from a sharpened meteorite shard, wielded by the Clayman who infest dynastic remains. The blade emits a faint light and deals magic damage. Okay, dynastic remains, so like the ruins. So this is clearly the remains of that dynasty they're talking about, which is probably linked to the Eternal City. Okay, I'm starting to get a little picture of this place. Cool, cool, cool. Sounds like it could be a Britain versus US thing. Yeah, maybe. Maybe it is. Dynasty, dynasty. I don't know. Maybe I'll say both interchangeably as I'm not thinking about it. We'll see. You guys will let me know if the term comes up more. Yeah, Rob, that was a cool moment for sure. Oh shit, hold on. Oh my god! I noticed the puddles everywhere. I didn't expect they would come up from those puddles. So it's interesting, like the Claymen made out of clay, right? Obviously an underground location like this, with water and everything, you would expect clay to be everywhere. So those things are like magically animated from the clay? From like some sort of old magic power, maybe? Yeah, that's a strange, interesting concept. Yeah, I've heard IQ. When I was looking for a new computer, I heard some like concerning things about the 14 series of Intel. I still went for it because, you know, that was there. I mean, so far, obviously, I haven't had the computer for even like I've had the computer for less than a year, but so far it's been great. Yeah, it's definitely performing well, and temperatures are extremely low and manageable. Even though I'm only on like an air thing, I'm gonna have like a water thing or whatever. We'll see around the summer. It's gonna be the first summer going with the new computer, and the temperatures in my room get very high in the summer, so that's something I'm a little worried about. It's gonna be a great test. Dynasty. In nasty, one word, nasty. Dynasty, that's very American. Oh, fuck off! Those slow-ass attacks, man! Dynasty, exactly. Very American thing, isn't it? There's something about how slowly they attack that completely throws me off. It's a Vachel. Nice teamwork. I know. I'm getting outplayed by the fucking game right there. Okay, I'm gonna run past, so hopefully they're not gonna all follow me. Dynasty is the UK. Dynasty. Have summer games and winter games for that reason? Yeah, Eglegger? That's funny. So yeah, you can see like those, yeah, they're already like in a puddle and then they animate. Oh, that's really cool. Look at that. Fun. Australian joined the US Army and the drill sergeants ask, did you come here to die? To die? Which Australian answer, no sir, I came in yesterday. That's funny. To die. You know. Now that's like a proper, like, you know, bush accent in Australia. When I was there, I haven't heard too many people like that. Most younger people I was around normal. Actually, yeah, my ex-girlfriend's dad sounded like that, like had a proper, like, heavy Australian accent. God, I hate them. I don't want to die again. I want to move on with this place. Jesus. All right. Woo. Some runes, some smiths. smithing stones. And fireflies. Oh. Do we have a secret behind the waterfall? Okay, if this is the first secret wall of the game, I'm gonna find that very funny. God damn it! Oh, I found some soap! A soap and a waterfall? Oh, we're having a bath right now. Hell yeah. A plant-based soap made from mushroom juice. Cleans up filth and other accumulations on the body while also slightly reducing poison buildup. Filth covering the exterior eventually seeps inside, soiling one's very spirit. That's kind of cool. I'm not sure how useful it is mechanically, but it's an interesting concept. Soap and a shower? Yeah, we're about to get naked here. Look at this man. What a beautiful stash. What's up, Juice? How are you doing? Remove the build. Yeah, I mean, it says slightly reducing poison buildup, right? But it feels like it's strictly less useful than this, right? So I wonder, what I'm interested in is the... And of course you can't answer that. The cleans up filth and other accumulations. I wonder if that's going to be like a mechanic with a specific type of like dirt or whatever that's gonna... that I need to clean off of the body, otherwise it just keeps building poison or something. I don't know. I'm thinking like something like the worms in Dark Souls 3, right? Like the little leeches that would like keep bleeding on you and you had to like use the torch to remove them, for instance. I wonder if it could be something similar except with filth instead. That'd be cool. No wonder we're maidenless. We haven't taken a bath in how many eons? Yeah, I don't know. Hey, we have what's her name? Melina. We're not maidenless anymore. She's not really a maiden, but you know. She's there. She's supporting us, you know. We've decided to stay down there. I'm not sure yet. I wanted to explore a little bit. But for all I know, this is just... There's a little room in there and that's it. So, you know. Which means I would be done already. I have a feeling there's going to be more to it, but we'll see. Falling back into toxic relationships? Nah. Not much progress since I went to walk the dogs. I've died a few times and we've been talking a lot, so yeah, that definitely slowed down the progress a little bit. Yeah, no, I don't. I'm pretty good at avoiding. Well, I mean, I guess it's another form of toxic relationships, but man, whatever. I don't want to talk about relationship. You want a British regional joke? A general is on the battlefield with his Geordie lieutenant. They both hear rhythmic beating in the distance, and the general says to the Geordie, "They've got war drums." The Geordie replies, "The thieving bastards." They've got war drums. The thieving bastards. War drums, our drums. Oh. Yeah, I'm not an expert on the Geordie accent or whatever, so that escaped me a little bit. Right. Oh shit, it's an elevator! Oh no! Okay, the devs have a chance of pulling something really funny here, which is that elevator going like another 5 minutes into the ground. I have a feeling it's gonna go up, maybe? Wait, hold on, is it gonna go up? Maybe? Up the tower? But it would be so funny when it would just went down for like another 5 minutes. That'd be fucking funny. Okay, let's see where it goes. Okay, it's going up. Damn. I'm assuming there's nothing down there, but we'll make sure. Yep, okay. Yeah, how long is that thing gonna go? Oh, not that far. Okay. Alright. Well, now that I'm here, I mean, might as well. See, that's the problem. That's why I had to make the decision before I started exploring. Every time I'm like, oh, I'm just gonna look around a little bit and then I'll make a decision. Every time... Every time I get invested and then that's it. I'm just committed. Holy shit, this is a whole other fucking thing. This is not just a tiny little area. Oh my lord, look at this. This is beautiful. A whole new world. I would love to have a map of down there. But it doesn't, unlike on the surface where you can tell where the map is because of the little icon, right? That I've noticed. There, I don't think it shows in any way. Unless I'm just not seeing it. What's up, Wax? You do know you will never enter the storm gate, right? We're gonna go through the storm gate soon enough. Don't worry about it. And I will be so over leveled and whatever's waiting for me in Stormvale is gonna get just absolutely demolished. I'm gonna roll through the content in Stormvale. It's gonna be brutal. Yeah, I mean, if I was reasonable, I would leave this place and I would just finish exploring this, and then I would go through the storm gate, and we would sort of follow the normal progression of this game. But no, instead I have to be completely, you know... all over the place. This is kind of cool. The guy told me yesterday somebody snuck into his house and stole all his lamps. He couldn't be more delighted. That's a pun, Anubis. I don't think it qualifies as a joke. I think you stopped following the normal progression a long time ago. Yeah. I'm pretty much right away, right? Oh, I saw something move there. I'm not sure what it is. Are those pins? Oh, I think it's a crab that's feeding itself. Yeah, okay. Pincers. Yep, yeah, okay, it's one of those crabs. Cool. One person gave applause. I call that a win. Hey, if you're easily satisfied with your thing, that's great. I'm happy for you. Preserving boluses. Okay. Oh man. Holy shit! Look at those towers up there. And temples and all that. Remember the other day when I was saying, you know, I like the sort of Greek-inspired little visuals with the columns and all that? That's exactly what I'm talking about. This shit makes me think of like ancient Greek ruins. Yeah. I feel like I'm in Saint Seiya, you know, in the sanctuary when they had to like climb the stairs to fight the big bad and all that. Ah, boy. I'm still not fully convinced that exploring this is the best thing I should do right now. How's everybody doing today? Are we having a good time? Are you guys enjoying seeing me struggle to make decisions? Yep. Okay. Hey, you know what I'm excited about? I don't have anything planned in the next few weeks. Like, I don't have anything that should cancel a stream for the foreseeable future. So if I'm lucky with my sleep and no migraines and everything, we should be back on a solid schedule for the foreseeable future. And that's awesome. I'm very excited about that. Yeah, it's one of those things, like, I just want to, every time I'm here, I'm like, I want to turn the corner. I want to see what's behind the next corner. Right? Well, fuck it. I guess I'm committed at this point. I might as well see. I can always change my mind later, but... Oh, interesting. I think this is a man-made dam. Well, I mean, obviously it's man-made, but I think it was built as a dam. Obviously there's not a lot of water left at this point, but maybe at some point there was more? Or, I mean... It's a little open, right? So the water just... Yeah, I don't know. But I'm assuming that's the river that they're talking about, right? And then it's going all the way down and... Yeah. And then it goes down on the rock. We've seen where it leaves. Sure. It definitely feels a little dried up, though. Like, it's not as massive as it once was, I'm assuming. It's not much of a river. Oh my god, this place is so fucking cool. Also, I'm noticing that I don't have a lot of souls, despite killing a lot of enemies several times. It feels like this place is not giving me that much reward. So maybe it's not that much. Maybe I'm not under-leveled for this, as a matter of fact. It's just that the enemies, the clay men, are just tanky, and that's it. they're meant to be that way. Because otherwise, if I was under leveled, I would make a lot of souls on these enemies probably. Yeah, I don't know, like, it doesn't seem too difficult. If that crab's of any indication. Yes. Man, imagine if you find this, like, if I had found this place before going through Caelid, though, holy shit. I would probably struggle. That would be hell. Caelid was my training arc. We got there way too early, and it was a fucking hard journey, but it definitely made us a lot stronger. I wonder when I'm gonna sort of catch up with the game's difficulty. No, not all of it. So basically what happened is, I was exploring. We started the game and I was exploring Limgrave a little bit, and I was following the roads, and we spent a lot of time here a little bit. And then at some point before I finished Limgrave, I crossed the bridge here. And so we explored the entire Weeping Peninsula. Like, that was our first big arc in the game that lasted over a week. We did the entire Weeping Peninsula. That was super fun. And then I came back to Limgrave, and I went to the lake, and I saw a dragon. And I was very scared. So I went inside the ruins to hide from the dragon. I was like, I'm just gonna open that chest and whatever. And I got teleported over here. And so I finished the tunnels, and then, even though I can teleport home, I have this sort of rule that I don't want to teleport between places I haven't, like, physically traveled back and forth. That makes sense. To just increase the feeling of exploration and the immersion and all that. So I explored Celia quite a bit. Celia, we've pretty much explored the whole area here. And then I left with the intention of going back to Limgrave. But once we got to the crossing here, I saw the castle on the cliffs there. And I was like, I really want to explore that. I love castles. So I went there and I was invested, and we had the double boss fight that took me like 3 days to beat. It was a whole thing. And then after that we left, went back on the road, and then we pretty much followed the road back home. I haven't explored all the side areas, and like, we saw a bit of the Dragon Barrow. I haven't explored that either. I almost went in the tower here, but I followed my better judgment and I turned back instead of exploring the tower here. Even though I could see like people on the sides of the towers and all that. I haven't been all the way there. Yeah. And then I just went back all the way here, and instead of going through here, I went down here, checked a few of those locations, but decided I'm not going to explore. I even saw like the well, but I was like, I'm not going down that thing. I'm going back to Limgrave, and I'm finishing Limgrave, which is what I did. We did the Hero Grave here, was like a whole stream as well. And then eventually went to finish. The last thing we explored in Limgrave was this. And it teleported me there. So I was like, hey, now I'm here. I wanted to explore this place next anyway, so great. And after the Mistwood, my plan was to finally cross the Stormgate and make my way through to Stormvale, right? But I haven't crossed the Stormgate yet. So, you know. But we'll have to go back to Caelid at some point and like fully explore, of course. But even just what we did there was very hard and leveled up. You know, we leveled up a lot, I think. Yeah. And now I find myself down down by the river. And I'm not sure how big of a fucking expedition I've just embarked on. So this seems big though. Holy crap. Yeah. This doesn't seem like a small place. So yeah, basically the way I like to approach Elden Ring is I'm allowing the spirit of adventure to take me. I want to follow the spirit of adventure. God, this is so fucking beautiful with the... I think those are crystals. In fact, I'm pretty sure those are the same crystals as the one they're mining in like Celia tunnels. I think those are the crystals they use for glintstone maybe, but they look like stars. You know? I think that may be the sort of implication. Although, I mean, I can see some of the things scintillating like in the middle of this because it's in front of the whatever cliff this is. Maybe not. Maybe it's a sort of just a magical effect. I don't know. Bang my peaky toe and self-induced a critical stagger. Nice. What's up, Darstein? How are you doing today? Yeah, he corrected your will. Right, yeah. Yeah, and another... I have two rules. Like, one of the rules is no fast traveling between locations I haven't, like, physically linked. And even then, I'm unlikely to use a lot of fast traveling, because I feel like backtracking in these games is sometimes very useful for finding, like, quests and stuff like that. And also, another rule is no vigor upgrade. No vigor upgrade for as long as I can, because I think it makes the fights more interesting. Because I actually have to learn the enemies and I can just chug my way through a boss fight, right? But that, again, those are not hard rules. If it ever gets to the point where it makes the game more annoying than fun, then I'll upgrade my HP a little bit, right? To make it feel better again. That's bold, I know, but that's how I played Dark Souls like 3 recently. I did that, and it made the game so much more fun. I still remember fighting Midir, and everything Midir did one-shot me. Everything. Every single one of his moves would one-shot me, and it made the fight so much fun to learn, and so satisfying when I eventually got it. So yeah, I just enjoyed doing that. I think it makes everything just more fun. But again, if it gets to the point where it's more annoying than fun, more frustrating than fun, I'll just upgrade a little bit, but yeah, we'll see. What have you been upgrading? Endurance, strength, and dexterity. I've been dumping my points in those 3 things. For now, that's it. And yeah, I mean, part of it is like, especially when exploring, I can use my shield, you know, as it's almost like another reserve of HP, right? Except it's stamina. I can just take block hits and all that. And that's really cool. Oh, motherfucker. Oh, this looks so cool. See, when I was talking about Saint Seiya earlier, and like the Greek temples, and that's exactly the vibe that I'm getting here. Holy shit, dude. Did I miss a boss fight or something important? You missed a lot of important stuff. No boss fight though. Yeah, for sure, Quasi. Like, every fucking step I take in this place, it looks bigger and more impressive. Like, at this point, I'm like, how big is this gonna get? Like, look at this shit! How far does it go? Oh. What is that? I don't know. It looks like an anomaly in Stalker. If you know, you know. What? Okay, the camera screwed me there. My character sort of turned around and fell. Cheating ass telescope? Telescope is amazing. It's the best item in the game. I forgot about my lantern. I have a lantern and I never used it. Oh my god, I legitimately forgot I purchased that thing. I was using the torch all the time. I legitimately forgot I purchased a lantern. Yeah, the lantern's the second best item in the game. That's how I reminded myself of it. Because I remember saying that the other day. And suddenly I was like, hold on. The other day I talked of an item that was the second best item. What was that again? It was the lantern. I forgot about it. I mean, I don't need it here. It's pretty bright, but... Cool. Poor unused lantern, yeah. A grace. Oh, let's go. Oh my god, this is so fucking cool. That is the type of Greek-inspired shit I want more of. Those columns and everything is so cool. It seems very far away. I wonder if there's a... Alright, let's just sit down and see what's up. The Shifra River Bank. And this was well depth. Level up? Nope. All of this and no level up? That's crazy. I wonder, hold on, what time of the day is it? This is almost night. I wonder if night or day changes anything in here. Morning. I don't think so. Let's see. Noon. Nope. Visually, I don't think it changes anything. Nightfall. No, unless it's so minimal that I'm not seeing it, I don't think it changes anything. God, this is so fucking beautiful. So there was... Okay, hold on. Let me bring my notes again. Where are those? There. Eternal City. So I think those are the ruins of the Eternal City. That's what I'm getting from like the description of the items that I'm finding. A black moon hung over the Eternal City. It says on the memory stone. Memory stone. Let's see. Said to be a fragment of the black moon that once hung above the Eternal City. What could have been a black moon? Because obviously there can be a real moon in there if it's underground. So what could the black moon have been? I mean, I don't know. A lot of this place could be supernatural, magical. There could be... Wait. There's animals down there! Oh, this is so fucking cool. Look at that. There's a whole fauna and flora down there. It's like, yeah. I'm still curious how everything lives down there without sun. But obviously, yeah, you know, this place is not completely... Like, there's probably magic at play in this whole thing. Oh. Light flame. There's a flame there already. There, too. I mean, it's not dark enough that it's for visibility. Maybe it is? Oh! Hmm. Wait, was that turned on before? Did I just do a thing? Hold on, can I turn it off? Oh. Okay, there's... Okay, I don't think this one was lit up before? Maybe it's a puzzle? Maybe I need... Well, a puzzle. Maybe I need to just lit up all those flames for some reason? Hmm. No, I'm sorry, I need bones. I'm sorry. I don't want to kill you, I just need bones for this. Okay, this place is fucking gigantic. Like it's literally like another whole underground open world. Which is daunting because I don't have a map right now and I'm not sure where to go. I need to be methodical a little bit. Let's go up there first. How could you? I have no regrets. I'm sorry, Tixar, but I have needs for items. I was I was hoping for, you know, like I was looking for one of those monuments like outside where the map is positioned, right? I didn't expect to find a map randomly on a fucking body. Okay. Let's see. Map of Schiffer River and environs. Two great rivers flow beneath the lands between, the Schifra and the Ainsel. The Insel River, noted. This vast region is said to be the grave of civilizations that flourished before the Erdtree. Could the Eternal City be one of them? Maybe? The Schifra and the Ainsel River. Let's see what it looks like on the actual map. I'm ready to get my mind blown. A new map has been found, Schiffer River. Huh. Alright, okay. Listen. Okay, no, it's pretty damn big. I was like, it's not that big, but no, now that I'm zooming out and I'm like, oh shit, okay, it's pretty big compared to the area outside. Yeah, I mean, it's bigger than this whole Mistwood area. It's almost as big as the beginning of Limgrave that we've explored. Aw, jeez. Oh, my chat is disconnecting. I think I'm back. Hello? Am I disconnected? No, okay, it's just a... Yeah. Okay, so we started here. We explored this, and then we went... up here. Wait, hold on. This is the direction. Yeah, okay. Oh, we just explored this, and then that's the little passage we took. Oh, okay, yeah. So we barely saw anything. This is whole... unexplored. There's like... buildings and temples and shit. There's a whole area here. Can I see? Hold on, where's the temple up there? Oh, okay, that's out of the map, I think. Somewhere here. Okay. Oh! Dudes! I've seen this thing! You remember when I was exploring Dragon Barrow, I jumped over a little, like, canyon at some point, and there was, like, a big archer-looking thing, and there was a little building down there, and I was like, oh, this looks really cool. I would love to explore that. I think that's this thing. Which is the same thing as this, right? So I think this leads back up. Or, well, down if you're coming from this side, I guess. I don't see the... Well, actually, you can barely see it here. It's like, it's not super visible, but you can see a little shape here. That is probably this building. Yeah. I like that the map is not always super accurate. It's kind of cool. Like, it's making it look like someone drew the map, but not everything is up to date, or not everything is perfect, right? There's like a little bit of imperfection. Makes it feel more natural. Like, it's not just a screenshot of the, you know, the environments from above, or like some games do, for instance. I like that. I think that's a cool little thing. Okay, so basically I can shortcut all the way through Caelid, through here. Well, I mean, I'm not sure if it's a shortcut, but... Okay, well... Jeez. Alright. Oh. Oh my god. This goes deep. That's what she said. Okay. Oh. What the fuck? Those things just appear out of nowhere. They look like... Oh, I can target them. Okay. They look like spirits. Like the spirits you summon. Wow. Nice horns. I don't know if they're like physical horns or if it's a helmet. It seems like almost like a Viking-esque type people based on their outfits and everything. It's a Michael Visser. How are you doing today? I've been playing for 83 hours. And if you want to see my map, that's pretty much... I haven't really explored Caelid. We've been through Caelid, but we haven't explored much. We were just coming back from being teleported there. Mostly explored all of Limgrave. Most of the lower side of Limgrave here. I've explored all the Weeping Peninsula. We haven't been past the Stormgate, so I haven't been to Stormvale or anything yet. And we haven't really explored the Mistwoods yet, because I went down the well almost immediately, so I haven't really explored up there. We're not very far in the game, I don't think. Because I've barely engaged with the normal progression, I think. Which I think would have been going through the Stormgate to Stormvale. For some reason, I've always been distracted and went on detours, so... Yeah. As you can guess, this is gonna take me a while to play. Yeah, are those people gonna be hostile? Let's see. Okay, this seems friendly. You played any other Souls games before? Yes, all of them. My first Souls game was Demon Souls back in 2009, believe it or not. I was there right at the beginning. Okay, they seem friendly. Oh, never mind. Oh shit! Oh, yeah, mistake. Okay, at least I'm doing quite a bit of damage. Okay, those dudes do not, like, stop attacking. I do quite a bit of damage, but they're very aggressive. Oh. Is that a... How do you call the things on his weapon there? Like that the stags have? Antlers. A weapon made of antlers. That's kind of cool. And I'm dead. Yeah, so I'm assuming those... Okay, the horns are a helmet. They're not part of the... Okay. So they look like an old druidic people. Living in harmony with the land or something. That's kind of the vibe I'm getting from them. You know, you can see them like working the ground, like maybe picking fruits, and they have weapons made out of beasts and animals and... I started the remake, Simmons, but I stopped playing it. I wasn't in the mood to play it when I started playing in 2023, and I don't know, I'm not a huge fan of the remake of Demon's Souls from what I've seen. I think unfortunately, I think they kind of ruined the aesthetics of the game. Not a huge fan of Blue Point's art direction. Yeah, I don't know. And I mean, the rest of the game's still the game. It's still Demon's Souls, which it unfortunately aged quite a bit over time. But listen, I think it's a decent remake. I think the sound design is really well done. But yeah. Want to get the game, but Night Rain's coming at the end of the month. I mean, I don't think you're gonna get the same experience out of Night Rain than you will out of Elden Ring. So if you want to play a single player thing with more exploration and like more paced gameplay and deliberate building your character and items and all that, you want Elden Ring, right? If you want something that's more multiplayer, that's basically co-op Fortnite in fantasy world, then yeah, get Night Rain. But I think those are two very different games, so. How are you, Min Mataro? Good to see you. I would rather play the PS3 version of Demon's Souls. Yeah, I think me too, in a way. I mean, I would like to play the remake once, like all the way through, just for the... to get to see if maybe my opinion changes on the art direction and all that. But, yeah. Yo, Facehugger, thank you for gifting 3 months of Tier 1 to Michael Visser. That's a generous gift sub right there. 3 months. Interesting decision. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. 43 total gifted subs. Facehugger, thank you. And Michael Visser, you will be remembered. You now can watch without ads. Alright, let's see if I can maybe be a little more efficient against those guys. They do stagger, which is great. Okay. Yeah, I need to be a little more aggressive, I think. Because I can't stagger them. Oh shit, what is he doing? Oh no. Oh god, what is that? He's using magic. He's a witch. Burn him on the stake. My character does not like magic. He's an old school guy, you know. And yeah, please, if you're new around here, any of you, please join Discord. Saladino just posted the link. Best way to get the live notifications every day. And if you're a sub, you have a few channels you can enjoy. Doom Dark Ages, the parry mechanic looks engaging, yeah? I'm not too interested. I haven't vibed with the new Doom at all, unfortunately, since 2016. It is what it is, but yeah, a lot of people are excited for Dark Ages. I'm sure it's gonna be fun. I watched a YouTube video of the restaurant Fallow cooking different types of fish. Now I want fish for dinner. I've heard of the restaurant Fallow before. Why? Why have I heard of it? Why is it a notorious, notable restaurant? Arrow in which the spirit of small animals are thought to dwell. Deals magic damage. Used by master hunters of the ancestral followers. Okay, ancestral followers. Ancient dynasty. Ancestral followers. Okay. So those guys are the ancestral followers, and they have hunters who use arrows that have the spirit of small animals to deal magic damage. It almost seems... I wonder if it's like a way to honor the animals in their, like, society. You know, to use the power of life they've given to you as you maybe kill them for food or whatever, and it's sort of a cycle of life, right? Something like that, maybe. It's an interesting concept, potentially. Ancestral followers. So I'm assuming those were... I mean, those look like spirit. They're definitely dead. Like, they look like spirits that still dwell this land. I wonder if they were usually the originally the guardians of this land, and, you know, I don't know. New Doom is a bit too complicated and flashy. Understand, you have to your players. Yeah, I mean, I understand. Like, I see the appeal in the New Doom. It's just not for me, I think. Like, New Doom, like 2016, right? They're just overgrown Smurfs. What's up, Zico Bunny? How are you doing today? It's not just that they're blue, they're transparent. Smurfs aren't transparent. But yeah, no, I understand the appeal of New Doom. It's just, I don't think it's just... Yeah, it hasn't clicked for me. I don't know. What I liked in the old Doom was, like, the level design. How complicated the levels were, like, from a puzzle perspective. Old Doom, I know it sounds crazy, but, like, old Doom is really like a puzzle game. As much as it is a shooter. You had to really figure out the puzzle of every level and unlock the passages and the doors and the secrets, and especially if you're hunting for secrets, that shit was really hard. Like, it was really, like, you had to really search around, and, you know, those levels were extremely well designed. They were extremely well designed. Doom 2016 is like that. Yeah, Minmatoro. Okay, cool. I guess I tried it, but I didn't see it. I didn't see that old school Doom design philosophy, but maybe I should have played more. Yeah, Ankthar, I still want to play My House, and I still think I want to stream it, but I'm not sure if it's a good streaming game, but it's definitely an experience to play My House, that's for sure. From what I've heard. I don't know about it myself, but... So I think it would be... What I mean by it's an experience is I feel like it's something worth streaming, because it's so unique. Problem is I played 1 or 2 Souls-like for like 30 minutes, didn't like it because it was an open world, more of a multiplayer game. Okay, well, hey, if you're more of a multiplayer game, I think Night Rain's gonna hit it, I think Night Rain's gonna hit the sweet spot for you. Holy shit, I can't pronounce words anymore. English hard. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. Hey, Michael, you can still watch me play Elden Ring for a bit and make up your mind if it's something you feel like you want to play or not. Even though I probably don't play it like most people do, but I'm like taking my time and playing super slow, and, you know. Dude, this looks so fucking good. Greek temple on the fucking cliff right there. Ugh. What's up, Jespo? How are you doing today? Peregrine, yeah. Oh, hey, a dick leaf. Nice. It had been a while since we found a dick leaf. Oh. Ooh, inverted hog eater shield. Okay, what is that? It's a metal shield, so 100 damage negation. That's cool. Medium-sized metal shield, easier to handle than a kite shield. The inverted hog is the emblem of the company of slaves ordered to explore the Eternal City. The inverted hog is the emblem of the company of slaves ordered to explore the Eternal City. So, okay, this seems very much like a surface weapon, right? Like one of the realms or the kingdoms on the surface. and like those people look like those nobles we've seen around and all that, much not like those you know, ancestral guardians or whatever they are, ancestral followers, I think the game called them. So what I'm thinking is one of the lands up there, maybe Limgrave, maybe Caelid, whatever, hired a company of slaves, sent them to the underground, and told them to explore. And they may not have come back, right? They all died here, and that's why we're gonna find some bodies and some of their weapons down there, which is really cool. I want to take note of that, actually. Company of slaves. Ordered to explore the Eternal City. Inverted hog symbol. Probably sent by one of the kingdoms. Limgrave. Caelid. Interesting. What's up, Seraphim? What's up, Besmerg? How are you doing today? I like that in Elden Ring. If you can see it, you can almost always go there. Yeah, that's kind of a staple in the From Software stuff, right? Outside of the, like, obviously, like, the skybox stuff, which, you know, is just a skybox, right? But most of the locations you see that are notable, right? In the distance, you can almost explore all of them. Like, I don't know if you remember, like, in Dark Souls 3, the first time you stand on the ledge after beating Vord, right? And you see, like, the whole land in front of you. That, for me, was a moment of, like, holy shit. I can see all these locations, and I'm gonna go to all of them, and it's gonna be awesome. Yeah, I like that. And I'm looking forward to, you know, the same thing every time. Oh yeah, Mosdamo. The program is Scapple. Now, if you get Scapple, it's not gonna look like that. It's, you know, you have to customize it to your liking. And then I use some OBS magic to have it as an overlay with transparency and all that, right? For my notes when I'm gaming. But yeah. But the program is really good. I originally used it for my writing when I do like story development, and you know, that's what I've been usually using it for. And now I'm also using it for games. So just that Elden Ring is like 5 times the size of the S3. Yeah, I mean, obviously it's a much bigger game for sure. Those games are not as scary as people claim to be once you figure out the iframes and when to roll. And you don't even have to do that. You can literally beat the game by having great shields and blocking if you want. If you don't like... The rolling is obviously optimal, but you don't even have to. Oh yeah, I'm not worried about you watching, Michael. That is your decision. You watch if you want to. I'm just saying, like, if you're not sure about the game, you can always, you know, you can always take a look and decide later. Also, the game's on sale very often, so you can just wait for it to be like 75% off or something. I'm sure, listen, I'm sure when Night Rain comes out, they'll probably put the normal game with the DLC at like 75% off or something as a promotion thing. So if you wait a bit more, you can always decide if you want, you know, if you want Night Rain or the base game, or get both. And when you have friends to play, you play Night Rain. When you are by yourself and you just want to chill, you play the base game. I think that's a way to do it also. No clue what an iframe is. Yeah, it's invulnerable frame or invincible frame, right? It's basically the moment where your character is untouchable, right? And it's when you roll, right? Like when you roll, while your character is in the roll, there's a few frames in there, 10 something plus, I don't know exactly the number, where nothing can touch you, right? It's as if your character does not exist for the sake of damage and incoming hitboxes. Like your hitbox disappears. That's the iframe. and you know, it's obviously a major thing in Souls games, but it exists in a lot of stuff. Like back in the day, if you remember old school games, we used to get iframes when we would get hit, for instance. Like some old school platforming games on NES, when you would get hit, your character would flash a little bit, right? And you couldn't take damage for like a few seconds. Those were iframes, right? Or in fighting games, you know, there's some things that give you iframes. Like you can dragon punch Shoryuken through a fireball, through an attack. Like there's a few iframes there on the some of the moves, and you know. Well, I mean, actually, not a great example for fireballs, but you can Shoryuken like a jumping attack, like air attack, like dragon punches, or have iframes to jump attacks. Yeah, invulnerability or invincible frames. I don't know, whatever it is, but yeah. Never got into fighting games. Too technical for me. Yeah, I get that. Played Call of Duty for years. ESO release. Played that for 7 years. Holy shit. Yeah. Okay. I can't find games that ask me to play. Elden Ring does that now. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I mean, I think Night Rain, if you're an online kind of dude, I think Night Rain's going to be right up your alley, probably. Yes, son. This gen, I started with Street Fighter 6 because my friends were playing it, and I was like, yeah, why not? I played Street Fighter 2 back in the day, right? But eventually, Tekken called to me again. I was a Tekken, you know, player growing up. I initially started fighting games with Street Fighters, but when Tekken came out, that's the game that really captured my interest. And Tekken 3, especially, I was playing somewhat competitively, as much as you could play competitively back in those days. And so eventually Tekken 8 called to me, and I switched from Street Fighter 6, and I'm really enjoying it. I'm putting a lot of time in it again. It's fun. I'm sure I'll still play Street Fighter on occasions, but yeah, there's something about Tekken for me that just nothing quite like it. It just feels good to me to play. Yeah, Tekken Tag Tournament, the first one was actually the last one I played back then. Before I played a little bit of 4, but it was completely different, and I sort of skipped the rest of the series until 8. Played a little bit of 7 here and there, especially when I was in Australia, like they were playing 7 there at the time, so I was just playing with them. But yeah, 8's the first one since Tekken Tag that I really put time in, I would say. Tekken Tag, I enjoyed playing it back then because all my friends we were playing Tekken 3 with, like our sort of competitive team, we sort of moved to Tekken Tag. And I was enjoying it, but it wasn't as good as... To me, Tekken 3 was still better. I did not enjoy the tag mechanics. Not a huge fan of the tagging system. Okay, this looks like a giant stag or deer or whatever. Stag, I guess, with the antlers, right? And with the way this place is built, the big door, I'm kind of expecting a boss fight. The problem is there's no... Usually there would be a boss like fog wall, right? But maybe it's gonna stand up and attack me as I approach. I don't know. Oh. The Hallowhorn Grounds. I mean, this looks like a boss fight arena, right? A little bit. A lot of shit on the ground, maybe. Haven't played Tekken 3 in 20 years, still remember the glittery hit splats, yeah. Man, Tekken 3 was such a good game. Loved it. Yeah, son. Yeah, I haven't played Street Fighter after 2 very much. I touched a little bit of Third Strike one day at a friend, and that's it, yeah, and then 6. But yeah, I was really a Tekken boy after once Tekken released. I was done with 2D fighting games. I did enjoy Tekken 6 though. Street Fighter 6 though. I still think it's a pretty decent game. I'm just I'm just wired for Tekken more than I am for Street Fighter, I think. Okay. I'm really worried about approaching this thing. I mean, it does look very dead. I'm not gonna lie. It does look very dead. And low resolution for it to be an enemy. Like, the texture is not very... You know, it's not a very beautiful texture. If it was an enemy, I feel like it would look better than this. I don't know. I'm metagaming right now, like, looking at the textures. Okay, nothing's happening. Okay. It's just a body. Oh, it's squishy. Nice. Okay, then. No butthole. Okay. God, this looks so fucking cool. I really like the Greek-inspired columns and everything. Ooh, hold on. I wonder if this goes all the way over there and then you climb up here. But how do I... Yeah. The problem is, how do I get there? Maybe from up here there's a passage or something that can be created? I don't know. Oh! It's bleeding. It's not attacking me. Did you kill that thing? No, it was... I found it like that. No, that is not my doing. I don't know who killed it. What's up, Grand Fruit? What a nice name, Grand Fruit. How are you doing today? Must smell so bad. Maybe, maybe. Yeah, I don't know. I'm... Strange little body here. Feels like it probably has a... I don't know. I feel like this is not the last of this thing. I think we're gonna have something to figure out with this. Let's see. It's a little too unique to be just a fucking dead body of a carcass. Oh, there's a whole passage down there. Hold on. Oh, yeah, there's an item. Let's go. But yeah, I don't know. I don't remember if this thing was on before I turned that on. So maybe that's the thing. Maybe I need to light all those fires and then... Maybe I'm performing some kind of weird ritual for those... ancestral guardians, or what are they called again? Ancestral... followers. Yeah, would do. Maybe I'm trying to recreate that ritual somehow. I don't know. Oh my god. Dude, this place is so big. There's so much to explore. I'm feeling overwhelmed. I am feeling extremely overwhelmed by the size of this place. Oh shit. Dude, this looks so good. Oh my god. I really love the architecture. Again, like that Greek-inspired sort of vibe is... It immediately gives it like a very mythical feel to me. Yeah, I'm really concerned about those balls of electricity though. Is it an enemy? I don't think I can target it. No, I can't target it. And I feel like it's gonna... Oh my... Okay. Holy shit. I thought it was gonna blow up. It looked like it was gonna blow up, you know, when those things start shaking and you're like, okay, I'm just gonna roll away. Nope. You were right, yeah, I was wrong about the way it was gonna kill me, but I was right that it was gonna kill me. That's for sure. What the fuck, dude? Oh, the sounds of the little beasts. That's awesome. I love that. I love that. What's up, Godflex? Does the DLC unlock stuff in the base area of the game, or is the DLC in its respective area? No one can answer that. Please, no one answer that. I don't want to know. You know, I don't have a clue, and I really don't want to know that. I'm sorry, Godflex, but you know, I'm trying to keep the game as unknown as possible to me. I would suggest Googling it if you want an answer to that, maybe. Ask ChatGPT or something, and that's your thing. But yeah, unfortunately, no one here can answer that in chat, because that would be a spoiler. A massive one. Okay, I don't know if I'm supposed to attack this. Okay, I don't think I can attack it. I can't lock on to it. I can't. I hate when people ask ChatGPT. Listen, you gotta. You know what, Engthar? We have to accept that we need to modernize our approach to. No, obviously, I wouldn't ask ChatGPT for anything important. But I know people who use it for like small information type stuff, and it seems to be okay, right? I want answer, not guesses. I get that. I feel like it's gonna be one of those things where the information you get from ChatGPT is gonna be better before we old men realize it will be. Old people realize it will be, right? It's one of those things where I feel like it's gonna... The technology is gonna surpass us very quickly. And it's gonna reach a point where the answers you get from ChatGPT are actually gonna be pretty good. But we old people, reactionary people, are still gonna be like, I don't want to deal with that AI bullshit. I want to waste time searching for the information myself. Right? There's gonna be a point like that. I don't know if we're there yet. I haven't used ChatGPT myself, so I don't know how well it does. But I feel like there's gonna be a point like that. It's like Wikipedia, right? Like Wikipedia, there was a point where people were like, you can't trust the information you get on Wikipedia. Everyone can just put whatever they want in it. And turns out it reached a point where what you find on Wikipedia is actually pretty accurate. Because if there's mistakes, they're going to be corrected very fast, and typically the more complex the subject, only the very informed people actually contribute to it. So yeah, there was a point where it sort of, you know, switched, right? But I don't know. I feel like at some point we're gonna have to move on with our times, Engthar. But yeah. But yeah, Godflex, I'm sorry you can't help, but I'm sure it's an easy to find answer on Google. Yeah. And hopefully you understand, you know, why we can't answer that in chat, because I don't want to know anything about the DLC whatsoever. I don't even want to know when I'm in the DLC. I'm sure it will be kind of obvious, but because it typically is in those games, like you can tell when you're... I mean, for all I know, like this could be a DLC, right? But I'm pretty sure it's not. Did you buy the DLC? Yes. I have the Game of the Year edition or whatever. Before ChatGPT, people did much of the same with Google results. Okay, so is this thing gonna teleport me somewhere? Is that what's going on here? I hate teleporters! Because I can't not use it, because I don't want to miss anything. But I hate being my exploration being broken. Travel to another location. Yeah, God, no. That's the problem, Vachel. Like sometimes, like it could lead you to a place you couldn't see if you didn't teleport. Right? Like we've been teleported all the way up there, and I don't, you know, it felt weird. Then we got teleported here, and that story felt pretty awesome because it was the beginning of a pretty fucking intense adventure. But like, you don't know. And like, the last teleportation we had from here to here, like that was kind of like, it went okay for me because I already had explored a little bit of the woods and I wanted to go there anyway, so I was like, yeah, whatever. But if I had gotten teleported there, like randomly, and I had never seen the Mistwoods ever, I would be kind of annoyed because I like the idea of like naturally getting there. Not being teleported in the middle of nowhere. But like, I'm forced to use it, because if it leads to a place that there's no other way to explore, then that's my only way to get there, right? So I can't just ignore it. Also, this is creepy as fuck. The sort of galaxy, like space-looking background is trippy as fuck. I feel like I'm gonna hypnotize myself if I keep looking at this. Alright, well, let's see. Uh-oh. Got a full loading screen. Okay, first of all, holy shit, look at this place. Holy fucking Christ, that looks so good. Are those reversed towers? Well, okay, I thought something was attacking me. Okay, that looks sick. You know what it reminds me of? Evangelion. Evangelion? I never know. Okay, it's a hard G because it makes no sense, because angel. But somehow Evangelion. Anyway, okay, Evangelion. It reminds me of Evangelion, like with the reversed buildings in the underground, right? But then there's like towers going up here. Oh, look at that! Like this is a whole location that's reversed. This is really cool. And then we're at the foot of this. There's a whole area here too, but I can't... Okay, I was sort of hoping this would bring me all the way up there so I could explore the Greek temple looking thing. Wait, am I just... Hold on. Did... Okay, I'm teleporting back. This is fine, because it's not like, you know, it's not... I'm using the teleporter, right? I'm not like using fast travel. This is like I'm using the physical thing to teleport back and forth. But it seems like it just sent me a little bit further ahead, which makes no sense. Like, why would it just send me a little bit further ahead? Because like there's clearly a path to go there. This feels weird and unnecessary from a mechanical standpoint. From a lore standpoint, I don't know, maybe those ancestral followers use that to travel faster in their own land, I don't know. It's such a weird thing, like why would there be a teleporter there? For speedrunners, I guess? Yeah, but you can't... No, because the loading... There's no way the loading screen is always faster than just running with torrent between the two places, right? I don't know. Whatever. I think it's a weird thing. Okay, I don't know how to deal with those. Can I? Okay, hold on. I'm gonna try something and I'm probably gonna die. Dude! Okay, it disappears. That's what I wanted to see. It disappears after it shoots its things. It disappears after it shoots its lightning. But that shit just snipes you from the other ends of the world. The loading screens are very short in this game if you got modern storage. Did you see how long it took? I have an M2 drive. I've got like top of the line SSD on this computer. My point stands. I don't think a speedrunner is gonna, you know, if a speedrunner needs to go through that area, they're gonna stay on torrent and just pass through. They're not gonna get off torrent. Use the loading thing, the thing, load the game, have to get back on top of torrent. Like, I don't think that makes a lot of sense. Everybody who wants to use any of that AI stuff should try running it locally first. How much energy this thing's waste? Well, that's another concern. Yeah, yeah. That is a very fair concern, I think. The environmental impact of AI is... I don't know. It's hard to measure, I think, at this point, but... Talking about getting to the same point, I think it's a lot faster. Yeah, maybe it is. I'm not sure. I mean, it was... We were here, I think, right? It is kind of far, right? It's a little trek. I don't know. It's gonna be the new global warming, yeah. My point stands. My point isn't about like the speedrunners or whatever. I still think it's a weird choice. You have a teleporter that just moves you between two points that you can so easily reach, right? It doesn't seem to serve much purpose. There might be a lore reason for it, right? In terms of like these people, like the ancestral followers or whatever, were using those teleporters, or maybe it's a hint that the civilization that lived down there is the one that created those things. I don't know where that guy came from. I have no idea what that guy came from. It was just there. Situational awareness? Okay, come on. I looked around. It wasn't there. Yeah, it's like getting charged by a moose, except it's a dude wearing antlers. Or, yeah, horns. Beautiful. Love that. Yeah, I mean, I've used the teleporter back and forth, but it doesn't matter. It leads to the same place. It's like it's literally just a back and forth between those two places. Which again, makes very little sense to me. Why they would design it this way. But yeah, obviously, you know, again, there may be lore reasons, there may be stuff that I'm not understanding, but we can't have that conversation in chat, obviously, because spoilers. But yeah, I just think from a purely mechanical standpoint, I don't think it makes a lot of sense, is my point, I guess. I'm very scared of those lightning bolts. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like they're gonna just snipe me from the other side of the fucking thing. AI could now easily break the Enigma in World War II. I keep thinking they managed to brute force the Enigma with electromagnetical computers of the age. ChatGPT and AI craze seems to be a glorified search engine that pretends to be a person. I think it's... Listen, I've talked about it on stream a lot. I'm not a big fan of AI in general, and most of my argument revolves around, in terms of the general overall concept of AI, most of it is environmental concerns. Oh my god, they do fucking sneak on you like assholes. I mean, not that assholes typically sneak up on you like the whatever. They stay invisible until you get close enough. Fucking hell. So my concerns for AI stuff is environmental. But then again, I cannot be a hypocrite. So many of the things that I enjoy in life are terrible environmentally. You know, the internet, like, do we want to really, like, the internet is very useful and I love it, and I most of my life revolves around the internet. It has to be, like, I don't even want to know the impact on the environment of those, like, the server banks and the fucking, like, everything that's necessary to run the internet as a whole. But anyway. And then when it comes to, like, the more ethical stuff, obviously most of my concerns with AI is with art and artists. That's one of my big talking points when I talk about why I don't like AI in general. AI being used for medical research and stuff like that, I think could be a great thing. If it can accelerate our capacity to solve problems like cancer and vaccines and all that research, then I'm all for it. Or in theory, at least, right? But yeah. But other than that, I don't have a very more precise opinion because I haven't used it myself. I've never used any, like, ChatGPT stuff or whatever. I simply, it's not part of my life for now. Maybe one day it will be. I don't know. Maybe I'll have to get on with the times, depending on, you know, maybe it's a thing like the internet and smartphones. No matter how long you want to resist, at some point you have to get on with the times. But for now, it's not part of my life whatsoever. So I don't really have an opinion on how good, bad, efficient, interesting, whatever. I don't know. I really don't know. But from, you know, from what I can tell, I think it's a little more than a glorified search engine. It seems, and I think the sort of the point of why it's more than that is that it's the way it compiles information and delivers it to you, right? At least in theory, and if it works the way it's supposed to, it basically gives you in 5 seconds what would require you 5 hours to search and compile and boil down to, like, a digestible summary, right? So if you're trying to get a lot of information quickly and, like, in a synthesized way, and, you know, I'm sure it's useful. But again, I haven't personally experimented with it, but I think it's a little more than just a glorified search engine. Even if essentially that's what it is, right? It's an algorithm that just goes through a lot of information very fast and sort of tries to compile it in the most sensible way based on other people's opinion, I guess. I don't know. Can you block while hitting? Yeah, with a spear and shield you can do that. It's not a very powerful attack though, but you can do it. It doesn't go through information at all? I feel like that's a semantics point. It depends what you mean by it doesn't go through information. You know what? I'm gonna okay, listen. I'm actually interested by that conversation. You know what? I'm tempted to experiment with it. You know what I want to do? I want to go on ChatGPT I want to feed it my novel. I'm taking my first novel and I'm feeding it to ChatGPT. Can I do that? Can you upload files to ChatGPT? I want to upload the PDF of my novel to ChatGPT. And then I want to have a conversation with ChatGPT about the novel's themes and the characters and all that. And then I'll come back to you, Engthar, and we'll have a conversation about it tomorrow on stream. I wanna see how good ChatGPT is at figuring out my themes, my characters, maybe some of the mysteries of the novel. You're going to train it for free? I don't give a shit. I literally do not care. Also, I'm pretty sure my content, my books have already been fed into it somehow, right? My novel, you can find my novels on certain like torrent sites. You can find them on like they've probably been fed at one point or another. What's up, good trooper? How are you doing? What's up, Cassie? It's just an extremely large set of probability parameters, which was trained by a big set of information. Those parameters are fixed in the inference phase. The generation of the output can't go over new info. But like, if I feed it my novel and I'm like, okay, talk to me about the themes of my novel, it's gonna have to read the text, right? And actually, like, you know, go over that information and make sense of it one way or another. As long as you prompt it well, it will blow your brains away. Well, I mean, I'm not okay. I'm keeping my mind open, Michael, but I'm not easily impressed by that kind of stuff. Because I sort of, you know, I feel like, while I don't understand exactly how it works, I have a good enough sense of like the underlying sort of mechanics of the algorithms and how it just digests information, then like just condenses it and like, you know, so it doesn't like blow my mind in that sense, right? Like when I see like a AI art, for instance, which I'm unfortunately exposed to because of social media, I'm not impressed whatsoever. Like it doesn't, you know, I'm like, yeah, whatever. Like it really does not do anything to impress me. I think in the sense of if the thing can figure out the themes of my novel and just have a conversation with me about it, and maybe we can like have a back and forth and all that, I think the part that's gonna impress me, it's gonna hit me more because it's something I have written, right? But then again, if it just regurgitates easy, general base concept of theme and all that because it's reading a few of my sentences and it's picking up on the words and the vocabulary I use and the you know, and it's just like then regurgitating some different analysis that have been fed to it on other materials but that fits also mine, then I'm not going to be impressed, right? I'm going to see through it. Yeah, Outrun. The paid version is only $20. Yeah, I'm not gonna pay for that though. In that case, it's the context I was talking about. It's basically auto-completing based on the text it has in front of it. To fit the whole novel into the context, could actually put out good result. But like, if you're just using ChatGPT to make research, does it not use the internet for that information or not? Like, where is the information coming from? It has to have like a database of information that it's pulling from, right? It does, okay. Describing how the thing works at a low level is less convincing an argument against it as you might think. The practical outcome of usage is going to resonate far more clearly with someone than it's just doing XYZ. You don't see how impressive that is. Yeah, I think that's the thing, right? To me, it's like, and I know that's a bit of an unfair example, but A drawing is just someone grabbing a piece of carbon and scratching a bit of paper with it. That's not very impressive, right? But then obviously we know what a drawing is, right? Art and all that. I think to me, what is gonna matter and what should matter is what does the output look like? Is the output useful? Is the output interesting? Is the output meaningful in any way, right? And that's, I think, the reason why many people enjoy AI art, despite of the many issues I have with it and the many ethical concerns, is that the output is pretty impressive. If you just look at it from like, oh, it's a very beautiful drawing, right? Right. Alright, let me light this thing. Let's see. Lump of flesh. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'll take some time to experiment with it later tonight, because I'm actually intrigued now. Yeah, I don't know, Kimmy. Maybe I'll if I can't get the full novel in there, maybe I'll just put like the first couple pages or something. There's already so much in the first couple pages. Could be interesting to see what what it can infer from that. I'm interested about the sort of experimental aspect of it. You can use DeepSeek instead of ChatGPT. It's free and open source. Okay. I think something I would like to, like, I'm thinking of ways I could test the whole thing, right? How can I test the thing? How can I test that system to see how meaningful I find the outputs? I want to give it the pitch of one of my stories and ask it to, and I'm gonna ask it to write me a 4-act summary of the whole thing. I'm like, okay, here's the pitch. Give me a 4-act, summary of a story you can make from that pitch. I'm not expecting it will give me something close to mine, but I want to see what kind of output it's going to give me. If it feels, interesting, and I don't know. I'm kind of curious. Mistral, French one. How many of those fucking different AI engines do they have? There's a French one, a Chinese one, GPT, there's like the Twitter one, Grok or whatever his name is. I'm 100% convinced that's how they made the Electric State movie on Netflix. Wait, isn't that the one that's based on Simon Stalenhag's work? The Electric State? Does it suck? Yeah? That sucks because I love Simon Stålenhag stuff. I think it's awesome. Oh, okay. It does work. Look at that. It did light up a different thing. So do I have to find like 8 of them, like total? Is that the whole? Is that the big mystery of this place? Finding 8 flaming pyres? Hmm. Yeah, Dax, for sure. Yeah, I mean, ultimately, whatever the results of my experiments, if I get to do them, because you know me, I'm saying like I'm gonna do that and then I'm just not doing it. But regardless of the results of my experiments, it doesn't change my fundamental opinion on AI, especially in the context of creating art. I think it's I think it's antithetic to creating art in itself. AI art cannot be art and will never be able to be art until AI becomes like actually sentient, which we're nowhere near to that. And if that even happens, because there's a lot of arguments that it's not even possible. If artificial intelligence eventually becomes sentient, then AI art won't be able to replace human art because it will be fundamentally different. It will be about the experience of an AI of living, of experience. Like, it will be about the AI's experience of the world, right? Which is going to be fundamentally different than humans. So then they both have their place at that point because it's just another form of life capable of doing art. But what we're using AI for right now is like a poor imitation of what human art is. It's a superficial imitation of human art, which lacks what really makes it art, which is, the subtext, the theme, Oh. All of those things, that make art worth being art, I guess. But unfortunately, what's happening is, many big corporations that require art for their, I don't know, game covers or book covers or websites or whatever, they don't give a shit about the subtext. They don't care. They just want a nice visual thing that looks good on the surface. So for them, that AI slop is exactly what they need because it's cheap and it's free. Well, I mean, it's fast and it's free. So, they don't care that it's not actually art. That doesn't mean anything to them. But I do feel like we're losing something in the process. We're losing quality works being used for quality things, right? And it's a very slippery slope, and eventually it leads to the extinction of artists. And then what? Then there's no meaning anymore, there's no theme anymore, and art is just a bunch of superficial bullshit that doesn't mean anything. Yeah, but that's the thing, Fru Fox. I think there's a slippery slope there. And again, I'm not an expert on those topics, but I feel like there's a slippery slope. It starts with the smaller artists. But then, if there's no money in the arts anymore, less people are going to get into it. Even less than now. And then eventually nobody does the high art anymore. Because because there's no interest from the people anymore. Because everyone's just used to getting superficial shit that doesn't have any more deeper meaning. And any more subtext, and nobody's looking for it anymore. And then the high art doesn't have a purpose anymore, right? So nobody's making it anymore. Like, I feel like it's all, like, connected. And a big part of it is it's contributing to artistic illiteracy, which is a big fucking problem. Artistic illiteracy is a big problem. People are already, like, a lot of people already suck at inferring meaning from art, like looking at art and, you know, getting an understanding of the subtext and all that. So if you remove that part of the art, and it doesn't exist anymore, people are gonna completely stop doing it, and it, you know, it's gonna get even worse and worse. I don't know, maybe I'm being a little negative and alarmist about it, but it's certainly like something that concerns me on a grand scale. And I'm not very good at formulating my opinion about it because I haven't thought about it enough, I think, but... Consent, compensation, and confidentiality. What's up, Frosty? Same with music. Can be created when anyone's singing. Yeah, no, I mean, when I say art, I don't mean just visual stuff. It can be writing, can be music, can be anything. And like, I'm personally not interested in AI art, right? And I've said that before many times, but the main reason for that is because I'm interested... The only reason I'm interested in art in the first place is because it tells me about the vision of the world from an artist, from a human being. Through their art, I get to understand the world the way they do. I get to, you know what it's like. I get to know a little bit more about their experience of existence, and I think that's the thing that has value, right? That's where the emotions come from, all the subtext, all the meaning behind it. And I don't want it to be less and less important up to the point where art is just superficial. Oh, it sounds good. Oh, it looks good. Yeah, but what does it mean, right? Like, that's the important part. And that's a real thing. That's not just like, you know, an imaginary... that's not just an imaginary quality of the piece of art you're looking at. It's actually there. Man, this place is really... There's a lot to explore in this place. People will always want to create art. It's not about the money. Yeah. But there's something to be said about... There's something to be said about how hard it is to create art, and how discouraging it can be to be like, oh hey, I spent 10 hours creating this piece of art, but nobody gives a shit. Nobody looks below the surface, because people have been literally trained to only look at the surface level. Because of, you know, imagine a world where like AI art becomes so prevalent that it's everywhere. And therefore people are being trained to not look for deeper meaning because there's none. And so then, are you really going to spend 10 hours creating a beautiful piece of art that has subtext and meaning if nobody's going to look for it anyway because of artistic illiteracy growing? Like, why would you spend 10 hours working on those skills and like the hundreds, maybe thousands of hours that, you know, that are required to get to that level? If someone spending 5 minutes on a piece of slop gets the same reaction, right? I don't know. I'm worried about the long-term consequences of that. You know who would not be replaced? A streamer. No one wants to look and talk to an AI person. I do not agree with that. I don't think that's true at all, Michael. I wish it was. I don't think that's true. I'm pretty sure it already exists. Trust me, when they can make AI streamers that look just as real and personable and excitable as a real human being, again, on the surface level, because it's never about the depth, companies are gonna use that. Have you watched Mythic Quest, the TV show, where they fabricate their own in-house streamer with one of their employees to promote their game? Imagine if companies can do that with fake people that cost nothing. They're definitely doing it. It's gonna be a thing. Companies are gonna create fake streamers to promote their games in the future. It's gonna happen. You can quote me on that. Within 5 years, it's gonna be a thing. And it's gonna be, when it gets to the point where it's indistinguishable from a real person, which, I mean, I'm sure there will always be signs, but like, it's gonna get pretty close at some point. On the, again, on the surface level, right? That's when it's gonna be really concerning. Who want to watch that? That's the thing, though. A lot of people would. They don't give a shit. The surface level stuff is gonna work on those, on a lot of people. There's gonna be a reason. I don't know what it is, but there's gonna be a reason. Ah, jeez. Can I jump this? I mean, the same question can be asked, Michael, about, and I'm not attacking you, by the way. I'm just having a conversation, but I get very intense about that shit. Same question could be asked about why would you watch AI art? Why do you have any interest in creating or watching AI art? And yet a lot of people do. A lot of people look at AI art on the internet and it's like, oh my god, that's so great. Like, look at the Ghibli stuff that everyone was doing, and everyone was so excited about it and fascinated by it. I look at this and I'm like, I don't give a shit. I have no interest. It's literally meaningless stuff that completely surface level, and yet people look at that and like, oh my god, it's so beautiful, it's so cool. Yeah, I mean, exactly. Like, there's like a fake OnlyFans accounts with AI created pictures that generate a lot of money because people don't care if it's real or not. It's giving them the feeling they're looking for. Yes, me. I do think AI streamers are not as interesting as AI art for many people. What I'm saying is, within 5 years, you're going to see a lot of pure AI streamers on the platform that are going to run 24/7. And the people behind them are going to make a lot of money, and a lot of them are going to be big corporations that are just going to promote their games through those ways, and it's going to work just fine for them. So. Because, I mean, you know, like an AI streamer can deliver something that a human can't. Consistency, perfect, you know, gameplay they need it to be, perfect chat reading capabilities, you know, there's a lot. Like, they're never in a bad mood unless you want them to be, right? They're always super optimistic. Maybe they give you a lot of positive messages for chat. People love hearing that, you know. I don't know. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Again, I just wish, you know, for me, it's a matter of like, I think Smurg touched on that earlier. AI should help us solve problems in tedium that allows people to focus on passion projects and arts. Yes, that here is the reality that I want to live in. Yo, Timmy, almost a whole year together? I mean, 18 months, man. 18 months. That's a year and a half, dude. Thank you so very much for that. I appreciate you very much, Timmy. That's a tier 3, 18 months. Timmy, you will be remembered. Thank you so much, man. Hope you're good. It's good to see you, man. How are you? But yeah, no, back to the conversation. That's Smurg, that's exactly what I want the future to be. I want AI to be used for tedium, to be used for stuff that humans can do, but simply like in a more efficient, faster way. Like we talked about, like medical science. I think that's a great application, right? Oh shit. Oh, and then maybe I can then go there, and there's another thing that. Oh, okay, hold on. God, this place is so overwhelming. But yeah, like relieving the mundane stuff, the shitty stuff, the stuff no one wants to do. That's what I want to see AI do. And then universal basic income for everyone, thanks to the savings that can be made with AI. And then people can focus on whatever they really want to do. That's the ideal future I'm imagining. Obviously, I'm sure it's not as easy as it sounds. There's a lot of hurdles there. One of them being, you know, the ruler class probably does not want that to be a thing. They want us to keep being distracted by menial shit because, you know, don't want to risk rebellion and stuff like that. And maybe that's the rebel in me talking. I don't know, but there's probably other like actual technical issues and concerns, right? But yeah. Yeah, exactly, Timmy. That's the reverse situation of what we would want. I don't know if I want to explore this first. If I want to keep... Okay, listen, I need to... Hold on. There's something here, 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 here. Maybe here even. I didn't check that, did I? No, I did check that. Yeah. Would it be cheaper to replace the CEOs with AI? Yeah, and a lot easier too. Wasn't there a thing that came out recently with how like there was a thing I read about that not long ago, about something like, was it a company or was it something that said like the easiest role to replace was the CEO. The thing about UBI, every time it's tested it works. Yeah, for sure. I mean, obviously it's different to use it on a smaller scale than on like a bigger scale, and obviously there would, you know, there probably would be more concerns coming up if it was used on a greater scale that we can't really predict, right? So I think that would be a thing to keep in mind, but in theory it seems to work. Yeah, the fundamental system of UBI seems to be sound. There was this funny newsletter about the Summer Eternal. Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah. Follow. Exactly, that's the thing, Engthar. They have an AI CEO because it was the easiest fucking role to replace. I think that's so fucking funny. Yo, Elisa, thank you for the tier 1 20 months. I appreciate that. The monthly tax, well, thank you. I hope you're good. Elisa, pray you will be remembered. As you can see, we're down there, and it's been an overwhelming little bit of exploration. I still don't know how to get up there and all that. There's a whole portion of the fucking thing here. This is so overwhelming! I don't know what to do. Yeah, no, absolutely, Smirk. I think it's something we eventually need to get to. But... yeah, I don't know. The problem is the ruling class does not want that. And when they design the system and control the system, it's hard to change the system. But maybe there will come a time where suddenly it will be seen as a positive. I don't know. Maybe when we start hanging and chopping some heads and... we need more people, yeah, we need more people like that Civ 7 UI designer. That's what we need. Maybe then they'll, you know, they'll figure it out. Hey, maybe we, you know... maybe if we make sure everyone's needs is taken care of and they just spend their entire day doing whatever they want in happiness and bliss, art, playing games, watching TV, being with their family, whatever it is. Now they don't want to cut our heads anymore. They're not assassinating us in the streets anymore. Maybe they will see the benefit then. I don't know. I'm not saying I want, you know, people to murder CEOs in the streets, but I'm just saying if people have to die somewhere in the system, and they do right now, constantly, because of the system, I would rather it being the people who designed it than the people who are forced to endure it. I'm just saying. You know. Yeah, Vashel, yeah. Alright, so I think the only way I can get up there is by using my little boy Torrent. Okay, let's... here goes nothing. Oh my god! Okay. This is scary as fuck. There was an item there. I'm not sure how to get to it, though. Okay, let me, oh my god, look at how beautiful this place is! I know I'm screaming, but holy shit, dude! This may be my favorite area in the game so far. Like, legit. I'm not kidding. This is probably my favorite area in the game. Oh. Too bad for the pup-in, but... United Healthcare reversed the policy that would cut off anesthesia to patients, have them not have the full surgery covered. After the shooting? Interesting, yeah. Huh. Oh, there's something. Oh, okay, hold on. Something's up there. Okay, I'm seeing a glow, and I'm not sure if it's like because there's like a pyre with a fire, or if it's because the door is supposed to be like a bus door that glows like gold, right? Like it seems like there's like gold glow on the side of the door, but it's not rendering because it's too far. Could this be like a bus? Maybe. Oh, is that? Oh my god. Are we gonna go all the way and then... oh, yeah, all the way over there, and then we climb up, and then we... oh my god, this is so sick. Oh, this is so fucking cool. I am... you can't see it, Chad, but I'm nutting right now. I'm not afraid to say it. This is getting me there. Like, as a fan of exploration and like Greek aesthetic with like the pillars and all that, this is getting me there. What's up, Nadine? I'm sorry you had to hear that. Some people showing up right as I say some like terrible shit like this. I'm sorry. We all have our things. Yeah, no, I mean, listen, hey, no shame in that. It's getting me there faster and better than any woman I've met recently. It's not your fault. It's me. I'm the problem. Women are awesome. Very hot. Love them. I'm doing okay, Nadine. Thank you. Hope you're doing well. Dude, this is so fucking cool. Almost looks like an underground like galaxy or something. He can't stop. I'm just being provocative. Shepherd. I'm clip farming. Or whatever you kids call call that these days. I don't know. Killing people, while not necessarily good, definitely leads to some immediate impact. Yeah, I mean, there's... Killing people fundamentally is not good. It will never be an ethical green flag, right? Like, it's always going to be, at best, a gray area, right? For a lot of reasons. And I mean, there's different opinions on that, right? But sometimes it can lead to net positives in the outcome, and that's the unfortunate truth. Yeah, you need to crack a few million eggs to make an omelette, yeah. Is that a Crucible Knight? I think I recognize the shield and the helmet. At least the shield looks familiar. Oh my god, dude. Okay, I don't know, like, that platform does not seem very big. It seems to be like just a little platform like the one I'm in right now. If I have to fight one of those assholes on a small ledge like that, that's gonna be fucking pain in the ass. Especially if they do like their whole like phase 2 tail attacks and all that. Oh my god, this is a nightmare. But then what? Like, I can't get up there. There's no passage. Maybe I need to like activate something that creates a passage, or maybe is it a teleporter or something? Ethical, no, but sometimes the best option. Again, it's a complicated conversation. A very nuanced conversation. I don't think it's as simple as, you know, this bad, this good, right? But what I'll say, and I've said it every time, I am certainly... I do have some empathy and understanding for the Luigi situation. I understand what drove him to do what he did. And I'm not gonna cry if he gets away with it. I'll just say that. Do I think it's rough for the family of the person who got murdered? Probably, yeah. It's probably rough, yeah. It sucks. It's just a terrible situation overall, but there's a thought to be had for how many people died because of some policies this guy was enforcing, right? And the company he was running. A murder does not have to be with a gun in the middle of the streets. It doesn't have to be loud. It doesn't have to be immediate. So... I think it's a lot more complex than that. And like I said earlier, if people are gonna die anyway in the system, and people are dying in the system, I would rather the people dying to be the people who designed it, rather than the innocents who are just forced to endure it. But that's just me. Just my opinion. I don't think I'm right. I don't think it's morally clear. I don't think it's, you know, that's just my opinion. Yeah, of course, Timmy, of course. Yeah, beside that would be very funny, I agree. Don't take my telescope away from me, it's my favorite item. Also, why would you want me to not have it, Tyler? So that I can't see stuff in advance? I think this is even more cool, like this is even cooler than just seeing it when you're there, right? having this whole thing of like, oh, you can see stuff in the distance and you get that hype of approaching it and all that. I think that's really cool. It adds to the exploration to me instead of taking away from it. So obviously I'm thinking now that there's... Can I go down there? Yes, okay. Yeah. And I mean, I'm sure, you know, eventually you get there and you see that thing, maybe because you didn't spot it before, and it's like, oh shit, it's right there, there's a fucking, like, Crucible Knight or whatever. But I think it's nice to be able to suss things out ahead of time a little bit. I'm definitely, I'm sure I'm seeing things and then going to things I would otherwise miss if I didn't have the telescope. Oh my god, am I supposed to? Okay, I think this is the way to get to that item. Like, it makes sense from like a architectural perspective, but this is really definitely one of those moments where I'm like, I'm not sure I'm supposed to be here. I feel like I'm not. Ugh. Yeah. No, so scary. Oh, okay. Hell yeah, fucking cool. God, I love this place. This place has been a riot to explore. And there seems to be so much more of it still. Like, dude. Ugh. I'm getting goosebumps. Shivers in my spine. Show us like the rock. I need the glasses, but I don't have any sunglasses, so. Okay, interesting that there's a passage here, but it doesn't lead to anything. I mean, obviously you can't go there. Yeah. Okay, if this is a dick leaf right there, I'm gonna laugh my ass off. That... If I'm a From Software designer, I'm putting a dick leaf here. Like, hey, here's your reward! Enjoy. It's not a dick leaf, but honestly, it's same category, I think. Is that better or worse? Equivalent. Just a useless fucking item. Ashes keep their renown even after death, cannot be strengthened merely by corporeal loveward. I've read that already. I didn't read this one though. Horn bow. A longbow made from animal horn, wielded by the master hunters of the ancestral followers. Imbues arrows fired with magic damage, reveal its true worth when used with magic infused arrows. And you can do mighty shot with it. The public stance. We've read that one, I'm pretty sure. Penetrating the enemy's guard, yeah. Okay, so they're definitely making their equipment with animal horns. That's a big thing. There's sort of like a symbiotic relationship between the there's a symbiotic relationship between the ancestral followers and the animals living down there, which I think is a cool detail of lore. Have you found a wall that responded to your hitting yet? Nope. We still haven't found a single... I don't think I can make that jump without torrent. Okay. Oof. It's high enough. Maybe I could have actually made it, but no maidens, no illusory walls. Yeah, just out of luck. All right, have a good one, Thurlo. Thanks for your help. Appreciate you. Okay, so hold on. There's one more pyre here. That's 4 total. I guess I'm gonna have to go further. God, there's so much space. Okay, I don't want to, you know. Is it just me, or does this kind of look like Anorlondo? With like the, you know, the little towers connected with the little bridges and all that. This is kind of Anorlondo coded a little bit. Not the front stuff, like the stuff all the way in the back over there. With like the turrets and the towers and the little bridges. Also known as a Gothic architecture. Wow. Look at this smartass over there. Yes! But yeah, it's an interesting mix between like those columns that are more like Roman or Greek inspired, and then those like this looks like this looks like a Roman aqueduct, right? Roman, Greek inspired stuff. Greek temple up there, Roman temple, pretty much the same thing, right? Same sort of architectural design. And then you have this Gothic architecture of those places that seem to come from, like, it's almost as if it came from upstairs, right? And it pierced through. And so you have like the architecture from the surface coming through the ground and piercing all the way down there. And then down there you have this ancestral Greek, Roman inspired. Maybe that's the idea, right? Like this stuff would be more recent over there. This would have been built by the people who later found this place, right? I don't know. What's up, Scoop? No, two different things. Like, this is the Gothic stuff, right? The stuff in the background over there. And then you have the Roman, Greek stuff with the columns and everything in the front. And I'm thinking those are two different civilizations that did that. I'm really thinking this was, Oh, fuck! I can't go there! Oh, no, I'm so upset. Stone sword key, okay. Now I'm so pissed! Ah, oh, shit! How do I... Oh, wait, hold on. No. There's probably a teleporter on that. Okay, I'm predicting it. There's a teleporter on top of this. Hold on. Never mind. I really believed for a second. No! Yeah, this place, they mentioned that the Eternal City or whatever, like the ancient dynasty that was living in the Eternal City was there before the age of the Erdtree, right? So that's what I'm thinking is happening there. Again, to summarize, like all this older architecture, like the Greek, Roman inspired one, I think is from a time before. So, like, what the fuck is this though? Was there... Did there used to be a bridge, maybe, between those things? Or was that just a plunging to your death type thing? But anyway, and then there's this more modern, the Gothic stuff here, that seems to be like an architecture maybe coming from the surface or something. Maybe? and that would be like, you know, like the reverse stuff, as if it's piercing from the surface. Or maybe not. Maybe yeah, I'm not sure. But I would say, like, my regardless of exactly what's what, I definitely get the feeling that this is a different civilization than this one. There's two different civilizations that eventually built stuff down there. And also this one, like the Greek Roman stuff, is a lot more in ruins. This seems to be a little more maintained and more recent. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, right? But that's sort of where my head is at right now. Only we had a drone. Yeah, that would be a cool item too. I mean, there's these those things there, telescopes that you can like use, like view, like those how do you call them again? Those things you can use to watch stuff in the distance that exist in real life. Not a telescope, but viewfinders. That's a thing. Okay, yeah. I think the you know, those viewfinders have been pretty cool, but I don't expect to find one down there. But an eye, come on. Okay, well, I guess we can get there right now. All right, well, I guess we're going back. Something on this side, maybe? No. Oh, fuck! Hold on. I may have... There's something I need to try that I haven't tried before we go back. We have to go back. Okay, hold on. I know I need to use torrent. I don't want to. I want to climb up there like a big boy. I'm a strong man. I can do it. Fuck you. Oh no, I'm stuck. I don't think I tried, No, okay. Because there's a part of me that's like, it wouldn't be the first time in one of those games that they would have like invisible platforms, like in the Crystal Cave in Dark Souls, right? So suddenly I was like, hey, maybe there's an invisible passage there, but no, doesn't seem like it. Okay. Well, time to go back and keep exploring then. And this place is awesome. I've been really enjoying the exploration here. This is really cool. I'm not mad I decided to keep exploring instead of going back to the surface. And the surface will always be there when we get to it, right? Yeah, that's nice, Mopo. Love it. Someone's wizened finger message didn't expect something incredible. Nice, nice. Yeah, that's one of the fun aspects of the messages that I am a little sad that I can't enjoy, but it's fine. I prefer playing offline anyway. No maidens, no illusory walls, no invisible bridges. Badge. It's rough out there. We find none of the things we want. Yeah, taking the lift and just like it just doesn't stop going down is kind of an impressive moment, that is for sure. I don't know how I feel about that. Can I get just one of you at the same time? What is he doing? That dude just went full pro wrestling on me. It was like, "Rah!" Okay, at least I got just one. Oh my god, dude. Ooh. Oh god! They're coming! Yeah, that... I felt like I was gonna get wrecked there. Oh my god, dude! I hate them! Pastu, you can't do that. We've been over this before. Oh, never mind. My bad. I misread that. It wasn't supposed to be a secret. I thought you didn't write the full word of something like that I wasn't supposed to know about in the game to try to hide the spoiler. You just meant dicks. You can say dicks in full letters. This is in fact an 18+ channel. Headband decorated with a pair of great horns, worn by ancestral follower warriors. The ancestral followers keep their distance from the Erdtree, awaiting new buds. They are certain to sprout from their very flesh and indeed their soul. The ancestral followers keep their distance from the Erdtree, awaiting new buds. They are certain to sprout from their very flesh and indeed their souls. Ducks. Wieners. They keep their distance from the Erdtree, awaiting new buds. They're certain to sprout from their very flesh and indeed their souls. Okay. So they stay away from the Erdtree and they await new buds from the tree, which are certain to sprout from their flesh and their souls. So like when they die, they fertilize the ground, the soil, and then maybe trees come out of it. I don't know, this seems strange. I'm not sure I completely get the full picture there. I felt like the ancestral followers were from a time before the Erdtree, maybe, you know? Let's see, ancestral followers. Living in Shifra River. Caretaker of the grounds. Part of the ancient dynasty, question mark. Something about them keeping their distance from the Erdtree, awaiting new buds growing from their death, basically. I don't know. Yeah, there's a lot of lore here that obviously I don't fully have a picture for, full picture of, but I want to try that helmet though. Oh man, that's horny Daniel right there. Oh, dude, I'm serving with those earrings and everything. Holy shit. Hide your, you know, hide your wives, lads, because this man is coming to collect. Slay, right? I look like Tim the Enchanter. Oh no. Oh god. Let me find a picture. Well, yeah, Tim the Enchanter had like the horns going, but I see it. I see it a little bit. Now you've kind of ruined it for me, but proper 2025 hipster. It's definitely giving Tim. Now I want to draw a dick with my stones now. I was inspired. Well, not a great start. Okay, listen. It just has a bit of a curve. It's fine. It just makes it more realistic. You know what? This takes way too long. I'm giving up. Also, pretty colors. It's a rainbow dick, which... Dude, the fact that those dudes are invisible unless they're close to you is so nerve-wracking. You don't expect the area to be dangerous and then they just jump on you. Undercut and a mullet to go with the stash. And a matcha latte in hand? Okay. Hey, I'm going to get my hair cut on Thursday. Maybe I should ask for an undercut, you know, and a mullet. I mean, we do have a... Did anyone ever keep track of the mullet fund that we started at some point? What was it again, the mullet? Like 10k or something? Wait, which one was which? There was a mullet and there was a cross-dressing stream, but I don't remember which one was which. There was also one that was like, I don't know, like 1,000 sub points or something. No, not sub points, like PP. 1,000 PP, but I don't. Nah, no, we're not 20. It was the. Listen, I don't remember. Mullet was 10k. Okay. There's no way we're anywhere close. I would know. Trust me. My financial situation would be a lot better. Yeah, just someone quickly drop 10k before I get to the hairdresser so I can just ask for a mullet. I wouldn't be mad about that. Sorry, I needed bones. Oh, I can't. But so, what was the 10? What was the 1k PP then? Was that the cross-dressing stream? I mean, that one's never happening for the foreseeable future. That's for sure. Ooh, okay, that was close. Those, dude. Those things shoot you from very far. You also need to start Tinder profile again. Miss Tindo time. Eh, I don't know if I would use Tinder in this day and age. Isn't like Hinge better? I don't know. I've never used modern ones, but I don't want to. Dating apps are just. Nah, I'm not interested. Dating apps, to me, seems like the best way to connect with people I don't want to date. That's the way I'm looking at it. Solidified grease made from a mixture of magically resonant materials. Coats, left hand armament boosting guard ability, and oh, that's like for shields. Oh, hell yeah. Boosting shields. That's very cool. Huh. Met my girlfriend on a dating app for a year of nothing and a few of one-off failed dates. Yeah, well, that's cool. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like, especially maybe it depends on also where you are on the planet, but I feel like in Switzerland, the chances of meeting someone who would, one, understand my lifestyle, two, be into like at least some of the same values and things that I enjoy, probably, I would probably want to be with someone who enjoys gaming, right? That seems like a pretty important condition. Because, you know, and also someone who gets like the streaming thing would probably be pretty difficult. There's not that many people doing that in Switzerland in general, and most of them were probably not on Tinder or dating apps. So I don't know. But yeah, at this point, like, it's one of those things where I feel like I don't think it would be like a requirement, but it's definitely easier for me to consider dating someone who's also a streamer, because they get it. Like, they naturally understand what the streaming lifestyle and thing is, right? It's like, you know, I always found it funny, like how people date in their industry a lot, especially like actors, wrestlers, stuff like that. I totally get it now. Like, it makes so much sense. it's not just a matter of like of course for wrestlers they travel a lot, so it makes sense they would date amongst one another because they're traveling together and all that. But like actors don't typically travel together, but it makes sense that they're dating into their industry because you understand each other on a level that people outside do not. And I think for streaming is kind of the same thing. It's why I feel like it would be easier to date someone who's also a streamer, or at least someone who's like really tuned in to Twitch stuff. But online dating was one of my better shots to meet a fellow homebody that likes to game when I was single. I will say it didn't really work. Yeah, I don't know. She could be your mod. Yeah, I need to. That's why I want to date people to have more mods. Hey, listen, from what I've seen in many channels around the internet, there's a lot of mods that are in love with their streamers out there. I'm just gonna say that. Not thinking of anyone in particular or, targeting anyone. It's just a widespread phenomenon, okay? Lots of mods that are in love with their streamers. I don't think it's the case on my channel. But I've seen this happen literally every time. In fact, I have this thing. Not every time, right? But whenever I get into a new community, usually women streamers, that where it happens, within 10 minutes of being in chat, I can tell who the mod that's in love with the streamer is. I don't know. I have the nose for this kind of thing. And firsthand, I've confirmed that to be the case several times. I've confirmed that I was right several times. So I don't think it's just like, it's not just me assuming unfair things. Men too? I don't think it happens quite as often. Mostly because I think it's just sort of a statistical thing, right? There's a lot more men on Twitch in the viewer side of things, right? And also the streamer side of things, but yeah. There's just more men on Twitch. So you're gonna see it happen the other way around more easily. No. Firsthand in the sense that I was able to talk with the streamer in question and confirm that my assumptions were correct. And that has happened more than once. I was not the mod in love, no. I've never been the mod in love. Yet. It could happen, I'm not saying it can't, you never know. I'm not a mod on so many channels, though. I have honorary mod on a couple channels, but I actually just only mod in 2 of them. Which is Naz's and Elisa's channel. No, I know you were joking, but I still wanted to. I'm rolling with the punches around here, I like taking things seriously. It's more fun. Hell yes, yeah. I mean, even though I don't mod very much in your channel, Elisa, it doesn't... Your channel doesn't require that much modding, turns out. And a big part of that is that you're not doing first playthroughs a lot, like you don't have like backseating rules and all that too much, so it tends to be pretty chill because you're doing challenge runs most of the time. And also, like, you have a pretty well-curated community, like there's... Usually if there's an asshole or whatever, they get excluded very fast, so... The banhammer swings daily. Yeah, but that it's pretty fast, right? It's just like you ban someone and that's it. There's no like constant requirement for modding as opposed to a channel that maybe, just does first playthroughs and Elisa can bonk. Hey yo. Listen, I'm a mod on her channel. This is dangerous territory for me. can't be thinking about that stuff, you know? I'm joking, and Elisa knows I'm joking. Obviously. But yeah, I mean, I actually was having I had a conversation about that not too long ago. About, I have a friend streamer, and she's I have many friend streamers. One of them that I'm not gonna name because, you know, it's nobody's business. But she was struggling a little bit with actually getting mods to, you know, just mod and not become weird. She was legitimately struggling, and having situations where a lot of the mods would have ulterior motives, and once they realized it wasn't gonna happen, they would just stop showing up or, you know, not modding anymore. Which I'm like, this is so weird! This is so fucking weird to me! I don't understand these people, but it is so weird, it is! It is such a, like, shitty, toxic, manipulative perspective. I don't think they necessarily think that modding means something, but they're trying to use the modding thing as a way to get closer, right? As like, oh, now I'm your mod, so we're gonna talk in DMs or whatever, right? And then when they realize that this doesn't lead to them, you know, to what they initially wanted, and why they wanted to get closer, then they just like, oh, well, whatever, right? Which is so weird! I fucking hate it! I hate people. Why do men? Full sentence. Oh my god, dude, this thing is ripping my fucking guarding. Is modding free or paid? Most of the time it's free, right? It's just people who are happy to support. Like in my case, I'm unfortunately unable to pay people. I would love to be able to. I would love to be in a position. I would love to be in a position where I can pay my mods, but obviously I'm nowhere near that yet. I'm not saying anything. I was just thinking about you, Cassie, with that sentence I just said. But certain bigger channels, like most of the like huge channels, I'm pretty sure pay their mods. Yeah. It's also a lot more work. And often the mods double up as like editors or, you know, doing like other stuff outside of the stream. So kind of makes sense, I guess. But yeah, I'm not in a position to pay anyone, unfortunately. So I'm just, you know, people are just happy to help, and I'm very grateful, and I wish one day I can repay them. In no matter, you know, however shape or form. But yeah. I have a friend who started to seduce a woman mod in the chat of another streamer. They encountered IRL and now a couple. Hey, I'm not saying that this thing cannot happen, right? I'm not saying you shouldn't be able to meet people on Twitch. My last relationship, my last somewhat serious relationship was with someone I met in this chat, as a matter of fact. My last official relationship was someone I met in this chat. I'm not saying it can't happen, you know. But it, you know, I think it's weird to just offer help to someone with the ulterior motive of getting to be closer to them because you want something to happen. That's the problem, right? The problem is not meeting people on Twitch. So no pressure, but that's my retirement plan. Oh man, $10. I have bad news for you. Holy shit, that that made me jump so bad. Where am I getting shot from? I don't know. I don't see him. Oh god, what is it? Holy fuck! That's a big ass arrow. Oh my lord. This is like some Anor Londo looking shit. Oh yeah, I mean, of course, Shepard. And, you know, like, I can never ask my mod to do more than what free labor is, which is nothing. If they're here and they want to help, great. But I can't, I am not entitled to be upset because the mods are not here or not paying attention or whatever. It is not a thing. Yeah, $10 is everywhere. He's doing a lot of stuff. There are a few people like that just seem to be mods everywhere. And they're usually great mods because they have a lot of experience. So. Dappled cured meat. Oh my god, guys, there's a teleporter up there. Oh my god, it's gonna... Oh my god. You bitch. Okay, hold on. There's an item down there. I don't want to forget it. But yeah, anyway, I don't know. My experience is just my experience, but... Ultimately, I just think offering to mod for someone because you're trying to get some benefit out of it is disgusting. And I'm standing by that. Feel free to disagree. I don't think anyone is, I'm just saying. But that being said, again, like I said, finding people you like and relationships on Twitch is totally normal. Oh! It is totally leading me there, isn't it? Oh, wait, hold on. No! No, the thing's going the other way! Oh, it's gonna just teleport me just over there. Like, literally, like, I can tell it's gonna teleport me just... I'm already pissed. Because I'm thinking the direction of the windy thing goes, you know, matters, right? I think that it tells you which direction it's going. That's my expectation, at least. I still need to explore this. Yeah, I haven't been any further than that. That's important for me to mark. And I probably still need to look at this a little bit. I'm creating my own markers on the map so that I know where I've been. I really wish the map... That's just a me thing. I understand why it's not the case, and I think it's good. And I know I'm a bit contradicting myself, because I usually like... You don't need hand-holding stuff and all that. But I kind of wish there was a little darker fog of war when you haven't been in an area, so you can see it uncover progressively, so you would know where you've been or not. But I know it's not the From Software philosophy, I guess. And it would feel a bit more gamey, I would say. So. Almost, Jesus, thank God. Okay, let's see where that teleport goes, I guess. Yeah, sure. God, I hate teleporters. I fucking hate them. Where am I now? Oh, hold on. Oh! Okay, I was there. I was over there with the teleporter. Yep. Oh, there's no way to go back! Oh, shit, this one... I was hoping there would be a two-way thing again, so I could go back. This looks like the Arc de Triomphe in Paris, by the way. Just saying. A little bit. Anyway, ADHD is hitting my brain right now. I'm just like, there's so much to look at and observe. Yeah, this is very Anor Londo coded. Is this... Wait. I mean, I can jump down, I guess? Maybe? No, it's too high. Fuck! Well, now I'm just stuck up there. I can understand the mod status effect as a man who suffers loneliness, gets desperate sometimes. Anything means something. Every now and then we get crazy and have to forgive that. I mean, listen. I'm not judging anyone for loneliness. I know loneliness is a thing, believe me. It is your responsibility to take care of yourself, though, and regulate your emotions. Your loneliness shouldn't be anyone else's problem, right? You can't make it another woman's problem, right? And I'm not saying that's what you're saying. I'm just saying, you know, like, I understand loneliness is rough, but you can't make that someone else's problem. I think that's a very important factor. So it shouldn't excuse weird behaviors, right? If you're lonely and you're trying to create connections, you know, you're trying to meet people, you're trying to create connections, you hang out in a stream because you enjoy the streamer or whatever, and you're trying to DM them because you're trying to make an approach and get to know them, that's totally fine. That's like normal behavior. And then maybe they're not interested in it, like, hey, they don't never respond to you, or they tell you, hey, I don't really DM, like, but I'm, you know, see you in stream or whatever. That's totally fine. A-okay, right? Like, perfectly respectable behavior as long as you take no for an answer, right? I find that completely normal, right? Absolutely, completely normal. Again, like, I want to be very specific. What I think is abnormal is offering to help a streamer with the intention of that being your way in. Like, that's your way in, right? To then get closer to them and try to seduce them or whatever, and when you see that it's not gonna work, suddenly you don't want to mod for them anymore. That is shitty behavior. At that point, why go with the whole modding pretense? It's so weird. It's manipulative and it's like, it's actually gross and manipulative. You could literally cut the whole, you know, the whole modding thing and the manipulative thing by just being like, send the person a DM. Hey, I think you're awesome. I appreciate your stream. Thank you for being a, you know, like, such a positive presence in my life, you know, and just try to engage in a conversation with them. Believe me, if they enjoy your presence in chat and you're actually someone who they might be interested in, they will respond to you and they will, you know, you will have a conversation with them. And if not, well, it is what it is. You have to just accept that, right? Like, I don't know, like, you know, like I said, like, my last official serious relationship was with a person I met on Twitch. Like, it was a person who was in my chat. It was a viewer. And she eventually was in my DMs because we were talking about a concert that she went to on stream. Like, we were talking about that on stream. Like, she was mentioning a concert. I was like, oh, I would love to see the pictures. And she sent me pictures in my DMs. And we started talking from there. And she sent it to me from her Twitter account. I saw her pictures on Twitter. I was like, damn, she's hot. I'm gonna be honest, like, that's how it started, right? And then we started talking in DMs, and we hit it off, and it ended up being in a relationship. and that's it. That's the whole fucking story, right? And that's totally fine. But there was no ulterior motives, right? She didn't pretend to be like, hey, I could mod for you if you want, because she wanted to get closer to me. That'd be gross. That would have been gross, right? Yeah, it's the ulterior motive. It's the pretense of helping someone where your intention is not helping them. You're trying to help yourself, right? Right, Smee? That's the thing, right? And so I understand what Juspo means, and that's okay, but you would not be flattered? No, I think it's disgusting. If you're interested in me because, don't pretend you want to help me. If you want to help me, you want to help me. If you want to hit on me because you're interested in me or you find me attractive, you can just slide in. All my DMs are open everywhere. You can get in there. Trust me. If it's reciprocal, I will respond. Now, and here's the thing, and I think that's a reality that a lot of people don't have a hard time understanding, is in a lot of cases, a name in a chat is just a name in a chat. Like, I understand some of you guys. I know some of you guys a little better. Some of you, I know what you look like. Some of you, I don't. I know some of you guys' personality more than others. I like some of you more than others, probably, right? But ultimately, you're you know, most people are a name in a chat. So like, if Bristlebutt, what's a Bristle? If Bristlebutt messages me because he wants to hit on me, I'm probably not gonna respond very positively because I have no idea what Bristlebutt looks like, or you know, what they are outside of just a cool person that I've seen in chat before. In the case that I've mentioned, like how my relationship started was because she sent me a DM from her account, and there was pictures of her on her account. And I was like, well, that is an attractive lady if I've ever seen one. And so, you know, but ultimately, it's not what you know. Obviously, the appearance counts, right? It would be foolish to say that you know, physical attraction matters, right? But ultimately, it's because we started talking about the music we were listening to, because she sent me pictures of a band, and then we talked about random shit, and we hit it off, right? Now, realistically, if she didn't have pictures on her profile when she DM'd me, I probably would have said, hey, thanks for the pictures, I appreciate that, and that would have been it, more than likely, right? That is just, it is just what it is. She was a name in the chat before that. And that's why I think, how do I, that's why I think it's easier when it's like streamers and streamers, right? I find that it's easier for me to get to know someone better when it's another streamer, because there's a sort of an equal footing there, right? We both stream, we both see each other on video, on camera. You get a sense of who the person is, right? For me, that's easier to create contacts and relationships, and no matter the kind of relationships, it could be like friendships, right? The only, like, most of the really good friends I've made on Twitch are people who also stream. And I don't think that's a coincidence. It's because they become more of a real person because they're also streaming, and I can also see them exist and live and talk and all that, right? So I think it works the same for relationships, probably. Yeah. I also made a conscious decision. I'm gonna catch up on chat, sorry. I just went on a long sort of monologue there, but... I made conscious decisions not really doing anything to get someone's attention in that sense. Like, I don't want to be an active factor in someone's decisions to getting involved with me. That's a take, I guess. I understand. I don't know. I feel like the older I get, the more I get the sense that relationships just don't happen accidentally anymore. Maybe that's an being older thing, because you meet less people, and maybe that's just me. Like, I just don't meet that many people. I feel like, you know, you gotta be a little proactive about that. But yeah, no, to go back to what you said, Vashel, I wouldn't be flattered someone pretending to want to help me to get closer to. I would be disgusted. That's just me, though. Definitely gonna be a lesson in humiliation when it gets too light. Personally, I tend to isolate because I'm ashamed of the loneliness I've gotten into. Nice interactions are a valuable thing. Yeah, but you understand what I mean, though, Justpo, right? You understand the difference there between trying to connect with people or intentionally using a subterfuge to try to get closer to them, which in this case is offering to mod for someone. There's different situations, right, Justpo? If let's say, for instance, someone mods you because they like you and they think you would be a great addition to their modding team, or you're offering to mod because you really want to help them, and then later, you know, with no ulterior motives at the start, you just find a connection and then you get closer to them and get something develops. That's a completely different thing, right? That is a more natural evolution of a situation. That again, that's a different thing. I'm really specifically criticizing offering modding with the ulterior motive of getting closer to someone because you're attracted to them. I think that's the real shitty thing to do. Especially when that leads to, when you see it doesn't work out, then you suddenly are not helping anymore and you're just being a piece of shit, basically. Right? What's up, Wyvern? How are you doing today? I've been loving the game so far, yeah. I found this weird underground massive area and I've been teleported a couple times now, and now I'm like, I'm not sure how I can go back down, so I'm trying to find my way around this But yeah, I've been, as far as the line that I've created here, that's what we've explored so far. So yeah. But yeah, I'm really enjoying it. The feeling of exploration is fantastic so far. How are you, Dark Wyvern? We're having a conversation about Twitch and weird behaviors. I'd want to talk about other stuff other than my profession. Yeah, to me, I can see that. I don't mind talking shop. But I think it's also a thing where, and I think, here's the thing though, and I think that's a big factor. If you're in a relationship with someone who does the same job as you are, maybe you need to talk less about it. If I'm with someone who's not a streamer, and they don't fully get the streaming thing, I feel like I'm gonna have to talk about it a lot more, because they want to know about it, right? If I'm with someone who's also a streamer, I don't have to explain anything. They get it. They understand, like, fundamentally how it works. Saves a lot of time. Explanation, conversations, and all that. And then maybe, you know, if they're a person that's big into Twitch, that really likes Twitch, we'll probably watch each other's streams. So there's nothing to talk about. They already know. So maybe in this particular case of streaming, it would be a positive, actually. But I understand what you mean other than that. I felt that when I was teaching. And I got close to some teachers at some points. Teachers only fucking talk about teaching. It's so annoying. I could never date a teacher, just for that reason. Yeah. But yeah, but I understand loneliness, Juspo. I'm someone who experiences loneliness in bouts. I have periods of my life where I'm more outgoing, and so I talk to a lot of people, and that's fine. And sometimes periods of my life where I just sort of retreat on myself, and I get very lonely sometimes. But I understand that I'm responsible for that choice, right? Because I'm deciding to be by myself for a little bit. Now, obviously when it comes to relationships, you don't always have a choice if you want to be in a relationship or not. It happens very often that you just either you don't find anyone or you like people who are not available, and that sucks. That really sucks. You know, I've experienced that recently. And that was kind of a bummer. But I think it is still on you, and I hope you will agree with that. It is still on you to regulate your emotions and deal with your shit. You cannot make your loneliness other people's problem. And I think that's what a lot of people fail, and that's why a lot of, there's this conversation that's hard to have about, like, what people call the male loneliness epidemic, which I think it's a thing. I honestly think it's a thing. I think a lot of it is self-inflicted and self-generated, right? I think a lot of dudes would be less lonely if they sort of try to work on themselves a bit more and open their minds to why, women don't like being around them. I think there's a lot of self-inflicted stuff there. But I also think it's... The problem with that conversation is often the men blame the women for that. And I think that's unfair. It's not their problem you're alone, right? And that makes honestly a lot of people not even want to engage with that conversation. Because there's a lot of, it's probably a minority, a very loud minority of people who are just blaming women for their loneliness. You can't make it another person's problem. You're alone, it's on you. You have to deal with that. You have to, yes, it sucks, and it may not be your fault as a responsibility thing. Maybe you're just unlucky, right? Or, I don't know, maybe you think you're not attractive to people, or maybe, and that sucks, right? There's a part of it that you can't control. That really sucks. But it's still on you to fucking regulate your emotions, work on yourself, and not make it anyone else's problem. You can't go around and blaming people for not liking you. It just doesn't work, right? You can't, try to approach a woman and then she rejects you because she's not interested, and then you can't call her a bitch and be like, oh, it's your fault that, men are lonely or whatever. Like, what kind of behavior is that? It just doesn't work. And yeah, actually, Mopo is correct. Ask people for help. There's literally, you can go to therapy, and it's gonna help you with your feelings of loneliness, and it's gonna help you with your struggles, and it's probably gonna help you find people. Like, I'm not kidding. Because you're gonna work on yourself, you're gonna fix your shit, you're gonna be a better person, you're gonna, you know, be a more regulated, more healed person, and naturally you're gonna be more attractive to people. I really believe in that. So, I don't know. Hey, what's up, Grim? How are you doing? Amen to that. Yeah, I mean, I'm, you know, it is what it is. You just can't make it other people's problem. You have to deal with your shit. That's it. So. Yo, Timmy, thank you for gifting a tier 3 sub to Grim. That means a lot. Thank you so much, Timmy. I appreciate you very much. And Grim, as we say around here, you will be remembered. Hope you're doing well today. I have so many things to say about the end of Act 1, Grim, but I can't say it on stream because no spoilers. I have so many opinions. We need to talk about it one day. I'm not sure how I feel about it yet. I still have conflicting opinions, both from like a superficial, like I'm the player and I'm just immersed in the world and I'm like, holy shit, what's going on? And also from like a writer perspective where I'm like, I'm worried about this. I'm worried they might have shot themselves in the foot from like a thematic depth perspective, but I need to play more of the game to, you know, understand a bit more of that. But obviously I can't talk about it on stream for spoilers reasons, but yeah. Does male loneliness include the guys that are comfortable in solitude? I don't think so. Like, I think most people bringing up male loneliness are people who are actually struggling with it, right? Like, yeah, I mean, in the phases of my lives where I've decided to retreat in my own, you know, shell because I needed it for whatever reason, and I'm still feeling the loneliness, which is an important thing to be aware of, right? It's not because you choose to be alone for a while that you don't feel the loneliness sometimes. It is a thing that happens. And you have to be aware of those emotions, right? To be able to, again, regulate them and deal with them properly. You still, you just understand that being alone right now is more important for you, right? But you still experience that loneliness. But when that happens to me, I'm not someone who is gonna bring it up like, oh, I'm lonely and it's blah, blah. No, I'm just, I understand, so I'm able to self-regulate a lot, right? And there's phases in my lives, like right now, where I'm not experiencing loneliness too much, like because I'm in a more outgoing period of my life, right? I feel more emotionally available. I feel more outgoing. I feel like I'm trying to create connections more. So I talk to more people, and that tends to make me feel less lonely, even though I'm not in like a romantic relationship, which is often what people mean by loneliness, right? But yeah, it's still, you know, it's one of those periods of my life where I just, it doesn't bother me, like, because ultimately I know it's my choice, right? I decide to be outgoing, and that leads to maybe being rejected sometimes, but that doesn't matter, right? Because it's a choice you make, and you deal with the outcome of your decisions, right? So yeah, I don't think the people who are like that, Rian King, are included in those conversations. I think it's more people who suffer from the loneliness, where the loneliness is unintentional, right? Like they're alone because either they don't know how to connect with people, or they don't have opportunities to do so, and they, I don't know. Whenever the topic gets brought up, when I see that on social media, it's usually people who are very quick to blame everyone else but themselves. So I feel like there's a little correlation there, but I don't know. I'm not an expert. I'm not a sociologist. I'm just looking at it from, like, you know, personal observation, anecdotal evidence at best. No. But and that's why it's hard to have a nuanced conversation about it, is because, again, anecdotal observation, but 99 times out of 10, when you see the words male loneliness epidemic on social media, it is being said by someone who is gonna blame women for it. Again, anecdotal, but look into it, and I think you will see that I'm right. Unfortunately. So it's hard to have that conversation with them, right? It is difficult because they're already not being reasonable about it. I think loneliness epidemic exists. I think it's a thing. And I think part of it is COVID probably didn't help. People got a lot more isolated. I think social media, the internet, a lot of work being done from home, more and more, etc. All those factors, I think, play in a part in that. And yes, dating is maybe difficult these days. Like it's a rough thing because people are mistrusting of each other, and for good reasons, very often, by the way. But that's the point, right? I think that's the point. It's just, you can't have a conversation if you go around blaming everyone else for your issue. I heard once, look at the common denominator in relationships. The most common, yeah, you will be the constant in every one of your relationships. In fact, I will go further than that. You are the constant in everything in your life. You're the one constant. So even when something happens to you and you're not responsible for it, because that happens, sometimes you're just the victim, a shitty thing happens to you, you still have to look at how you can make yourself better and learn from that and grow from that. And sometimes it's fucking hard. Sometimes you get a really bad situation happening to you for no fault of your own, right? It does happen. And it's hard to grow from those situations when you know you're not responsible for it. You know you couldn't have done anything different. Because you were like a pure victim of circumstances, of other people, of whatever, right? Those are the hard situations to grow from. Because you can look at your behavior and there's nothing to change. You did everything right. But that's why therapy is so important. Because it can allow you to at least, you know, accept what happened to you, accept that you didn't have a responsibility for it, but still teach you to create space for growth. And very often I find that it goes from, it happens when, even though you are not responsible, learning to manage your emotions, learning to regulate your emotions, and learn to move forward with a mindset that doesn't become resentful of yourself as well as others, and a mindset that is in acceptance is a huge factor. And that you can only do that by yourself. Not by yourself, sorry, with yourself and within yourself. With therapy often is the easiest way to get there. But because it's hard to do, and someone who knows how to lead you there is going to help, right? Having a guide that can help you there is very important. And it needs to be someone neutral, right? You can't ask a friend to do that. You know, I don't think it's going to be that efficient. You need to have someone who's neutral in the situation, that has no personal stake in it. But yeah, again, going back to the origin of that conversation. What's up, Nick says, can you do a backflip? In real life, no. I used to be able to when I was younger and a bit more... I used to be big in sports when I was a bit younger. I'm a little older now. I'm out of shape right now. I wouldn't be able to do a backflip. I would probably break my neck. I wouldn't want to try. I'm smart enough. I'm older. I'm wise enough not to even try. But yeah, going back to the origin of the thing, there's definitely a conversation to be had about the loneliness epidemic in general, not just men, but in general. Are men more affected by it? Maybe a little bit. I think... No, actually, you know what? No, I don't think that's true, actually. I think both suffer from a different thing. And again, that I'm gonna say something like broad strokes right there, because we're talking in general, right? So I'm gonna generalize a bit. I think men are suffering from not enough attention. I think women are suffering from too much attention. Listen, that makes sense. It actually makes sense. And again, that's not the same for everyone. Everyone's experience is unique, and you know, I'm not saying everyone's experience is gonna fit in those things, but I think men will characterize loneliness as nobody cares about me and nobody looks at me and nobody shows that they're interested in me, right? That's more often what I hear from men. What I hear most from women is all these fucking creeps and assholes keep like pestering me and I can't have peace, and everyone manipulates me and lies to me just to get in my pants. And that is a form of loneliness that I wouldn't wish on anyone as well. As someone who experienced the you know, like nobody's interested in me when I was younger, I was someone who didn't get a lot of interest. Like I wasn't someone who was very interesting to other people. I don't know. I was a wallflower when I was younger, right? So people didn't take much interest in me. And I've experienced that. I think the other side of it is even worse, honestly. I mean, well, maybe, I don't know. Maybe they're both bad in their own ways, but I could see that. Yeah, I don't know. Again, listen, I don't have the experience of being a woman. I don't know what it's like firsthand. But from talking to my friends, and you know, I have a lot of friends that I have really interesting conversations about that kind of stuff, because I don't know, we talk about it, especially like on Twitch. Like a lot of women streamer that I know would talk about that kind of stuff. It's a world where you get a lot of attention, obviously, because the majority of the viewers are men, and so I think that's a thing that I've heard quite often. Like it's hard to, like, you're immediately guarded, right? Every time someone approaches you, if you're, again, not speaking from personal experience, but my friend streamers on Twitch who are women, every time someone approaches them, they have to wonder if it's just because they want to be friends, if they want to be cool, if they want to just touch in, have a small, tiny conversation, and that's it, or if there's ulterior motives. And that kind of shit is annoying, because it leads to you being super guarded. You put up your walls because you're trying to avoid being manipulated, lied to. You know, you don't want to let anyone in your space. You have to decide who you give access to and all that. And so you keep your walls up because you need to protect yourself, which makes a lot of sense. And that, as a result, creates a sort of loneliness that is also difficult to deal with and hard to get out of sometimes. So yeah, I don't know. Again, I haven't lived the two sides of the coin, so I don't know, but I can't imagine it being great. They certainly both make it difficult to create meaningful relationships, that's for sure. I don't know. And I feel like ultimately they both lead to the same thing, is you need to take your responsibility for your own shit and your own actions. And just like I was saying earlier, you know, as a dude, you can't blame the women for your own your personal loneliness. I'm sure the other side is true too. You can't, you know, if you meet someone and you miss a connection because you were too guarded or too walled up, you have to recognize that this is something that you can work on, right? You can't just blame everyone else for that, even though I guess it's a little different though. Like there's I think the cause and effect there is a little more direct though, unfortunately. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It's a complicated, nuanced conversation, and unfortunately, I'm you know, not being a woman myself, I can only just speak from what I hear and what I talk about with people. I don't have any experience myself, so. From my experience, both suck. One feels way more dangerous than the other. Yeah. Yeah, that's true, Beep Boop, yeah. There's definitely an imbalance somewhere in there. which again, you know, that imbalance, that danger, you know, like there was this. I remember reading, I don't know if it was a tweet or whatever, but reading something like, well, you know, the worst that can happen for a man trying to be outgoing and find relationships or whatever is they get rejected. That sucks, but that's it, right? The worst that can happen for a woman is they get assaulted, attacked, or even worse, right? And that unfortunately is a thing that happens way more often than we would like to, you know, admit, unfortunately. So, which obviously is a vicious cycle, and you can obviously see it, right? Because it makes people more careful, it makes women more guarded and less likely to engage with men because they're scared, rightfully so, and which creates a lot more of that feedback loop, right? It just never ends. Oh well. I know for a fact that something worse can happen in certain situations. A friend of mine woke up naked in his hotel. Well, there's always... Listen, we're talking like in general terms. There's always exceptions, outliers, and crazy situations, right? Those exist. But it would be very dishonest to say that they're happening on at the same frequency and on the same level. I think that's an important point to keep in mind. And a very simple way of looking at that is ask every man around you how many of them woke up naked in a hotel room with their money missing or their liver, their kidney missing or whatever crazy thing can happen, right? Probably not too many, right? Now ask how many women got, you know, harassed, assaulted in any way by men and all that. I would wager it's a vast majority. So. Wait, why did that get deleted? Is that... I don't know if... I don't think that's considered an offensive term. I'm not sure. I don't know much, but I know that's the term I've heard. Yeah, I agree with Grim there. That's the term I've been heard themselves refer to. You know, I understand. You know, I don't blame the mod for deleting. It's, you know, better safe than sorry sometimes. Especially on Twitch, where people can report you for whatever and then you get suspended for no reason. We've seen that happen. So, you know, but yeah, in this case, it's clean. All good, all good. It helps you realize the acceptance, even if it's just accepting the fact that whatever happened to you is a bit messed up. Yeah, I'm catching up on some of chat's message because I saw your message, Fennicini, but I haven't read them earlier. Both genders comes with pros and cons. I imagine being a man during World War II was a whole lot less fun. I don't think being a woman was more fun during the wars either. I don't know. I don't want to, you know, I think we're approaching the end of this broadcast, so I don't want to go into another whole rabbit hole, but yeah, I don't know if being a woman, you know, back in war times was a lot better. No. I don't know. losing everything takes on different forms for both cases. There's nuance. You're generally correct. I mean, I don't know if there's a correct or whatever. I don't know if that's the way this conversation works, but ultimately, and I think that's an important thing to keep in mind, it's not a competition, right? It's not the Olympics of suffering. It is not a competition. And I think the only thing to remember is you have to be empathetic with other people, and you have to just accept what other people tell you of their experience, right? And again, like I guess my conclusion to this whole thing is, no matter who you are and what you're experiencing and your struggles, you have to take responsibility for them, and you have to be an agent in your healing and your recovery and getting better and growing as a person. You have to be an active agent in that. You have agency. You need to take it. You can't keep just blaming other people. I think that's a huge thing. And that's not just for like loneliness epidemic or whatever, right? It's a general, you can only you can only control your own actions. That's what Grimm said earlier. You're the only constant, the only common denominator in your entire life is you. So take responsibility, be accountable for your actions, go to therapy, and trust me, most of your life is gonna get better. In a lot of cases. It doesn't mean it's gonna be good or great, right? But it's gonna be better in most cases. I'm pretty sure. I feel pretty confident about that. Yeah. Anyway, not to steal someone else's catchphrases, but thank you for coming to my Dan talk. I appreciate you. It had been a while since we've like stood on a single spot and had a long conversation, so that was fun. Anyway, I am now up here and I have to explore this place because I don't think I can jump down. I think maybe going there I can go down and then here. We'll see. Maybe there. I don't know. Look at this though. I want to go up there. That's my ultimate goal. But that, ladies and gentlemen, is a story for tomorrow. I've already went an hour later than the schedule. Thank you, everyone. I hope you guys enjoyed this. Sorry for the long conversation at the end. We didn't really explore much of the game anymore. If you don't mind waiting for a couple minutes, maybe we're gonna raid out. Let me see if I can find a good raid target. But yeah, I appreciate you. I appreciate you guys. I appreciate everyone. Thank you for, again, allowing to have conversations like these without it becoming like, those conversations are sometimes a little difficult, right? They're touchy topics, and we're touching on stuff that a lot of people are very emotional about. So I know sometimes it tends to rile up some feathers, and you know, I can tell that it's not everyone wants to have that conversation. Some people are just, but I appreciate you guys being, you know, allowing this community to have conversations like that in a meaningful way that remains respectful and nuanced and reasonable. I like that. I like reasonable, nuanced conversations. There's not enough of them on the internet. When we find a place and people we can have them with, I want to hold on to that. That's important. No one's get banned. Obviously, hopefully no one gets banned this time. Yeah. Jesus. That's why we're being careful. Like, to go back to the deletion earlier, like we've had one person in this chat, unfortunately, got suspended by Twitch for a very reasonable statement, but someone reported it, and the automated systems just you know, so we're being careful sometimes, even though I don't think anyone said anything unreasonable, for sure. Yeah, I appreciate that, Mopo. It's, you know, I'm trying. It's hard, you know. It's difficult to have long conversations like that and not say things, because I'm a writer. I usually think about things a lot before putting them out to the world. So sometimes having conversations like that and immediately talking, I'm always worried of saying something that I don't mean, or that I'm gonna regret, or something that I didn't think through enough. And so yeah, it's not always easy, but I'm trying to do my best. I try to take my time and think about things before speaking, but we'll see. Anyway, yeah, appreciate you guys. Thank you, everyone. We're gonna raid out my good friend Nasrallah, who's doing Dark Souls Remastered, DLC Old Boss, Hitless. It's fun to watch, so we're gonna go there since, you know, I don't wanna, I'm very hungry. I don't wanna think about where to raid for too long. So yeah, appreciate you, everyone. Thank you for hanging out. I'll be back tomorrow, 7 p.m. Central European Time, 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific, for more adventures of Elden Ring. Remember, you can join the Discord if you want to get the live notifications, most reliable live notifications every day. If you're a sub, there's a few more channels you can use. If you're a tier 3 sub, there's even, you know, lesser known channels where you can have conversations. They're not very active, but, you know, they exist. Anyway, yeah. Thank you all for the support. I really appreciate you guys. I wish you all a beautiful rest of your day, evening, or night. I will see you guys tomorrow. And until then, remember me, and I will remember you.